Ma'am.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, November 14, 2025. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons for Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Paul.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Robert Sazowskis.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Stephen M. Proto, 324631. Good morning.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Stephen Proto, inmate number 324631. He is serving a sentence of 6 years, execution suspended after 3 years with 3 years probation for first criminal possession of a firearm and violation of conditional release. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of March 27, 2026. There is victim input in this case, and there is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Mr. Former Peter Voices is working in AP and Florida detail and is currently in the MAP post. Using the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, thank you, Board of the Paroles. Good morning. My name is Steve Proto. I'm 45 years old. I'm married, take care of 3 stepchildren, currently full-time employed. I have never done this. I'm sorry, a little nervous. I would like to be granted parole or be considered for parole. I have done my time in a manner of responsibility. I have done all drug tests negative, worked. I right here have good positive two program evaluations and 1 excellent work evaluation. All 3, if you'd like me to show you, I can, or if that's possible, I'm not sure. I was out for a very long time. I was on probation. My probation was terminated 2.5 years early because of exemplary conduct. I basically made a mistake and stepped back. I feel bad that I took myself away from my family, friends. I run a business with my father. I'm an excavator by trade. Looking forward to going home, going back to work. I don't know. I really need to get my life back in order and go home and continue on with my life. I have a wife that has non-alcohol related cirrhosis and hepatic encephalopathy. She will need a liver transplant in the next couple of years. I am her sole caretaker and sole provider for her. Also, my father's getting elderly. I'll be taking over his business. And is there anything else I can tell you, gentlemen, about myself?
If you're done, we'll move on.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. So we've read about your background, what's brought you to this incarceration, what you've done since you've been in, your interview with a parole officer. And based upon that, we have some questions that we're going to take turns asking to bring some clarities to certain things. And when we get done with that, we're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services. At the conclusion of that, we are going to talk about your case and we'll give you a decision, okay?
Thank you, sir.
And we will start questions this morning with Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Proto.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. So listen, what are you taking responsibility for?
I'm taking responsibility. I had a firearm in my home. I had found it, but I should have turned it in. I have no right having any kind of firearm. I am a felon. I should have done that. And I shouldn't have had it in the house. I had no business having it in the house. I should have reported it immediately. When we found it, it's a rental property, and I didn't. I should have, and it screwed up my whole life.
Well, that's in terms of the weapon. Well, what about the victim in this case?
The threatening and victim was one of my wife's children. He had some disciplinary issues. I shouldn't have gotten to an argument with him. I shouldn't have. You don't argue with a child. I mean,
Mr. Proto, you put a gun to his head. Why are you evading that as a question? I don't understand what you.
There was a BB gun that I took from him.
I don't care what kind of gun it was. You put a gun to his head. How come you haven't mentioned that?
I didn't believe I had done that. I took a facsimile firearm away from him. I didn't put one to his head.
That's what we have in the report.
I took a facsimile firearm away from him after we had gotten into an argument, and I threatened him with the weapon in my hand. I never put it to his head.
Why would you threaten? How old was he?
16, I believe.
Why would you threaten a 16-year-old with a weapon? Whatever weapon. Why would you threaten him with a weapon?
I shouldn't have. I absolutely
shouldn't. Why would you do it? I'm asking you. What have you learned about why you did it?
I was under the influence when I did it. Not that that's an excuse, because I don't want to cop out. I wasn't thinking clearly. I shouldn't have done it. There's no reason why I should have done it. I scared him. I did not mean to scare him. I feel bad about that. But I tell you, I'd never do anything like that again.
You know, the challenge that I have in your particular case is, one, are your set of priors that you have. You have a set of priors, typically, mostly, I think, all related to probably your substance abuse issue.
Yes, sir.
I was thinking there's a lot of burglary, a lot of attempted burglary.
Yes, sir.
That kind of stuff. And you've been in the community released 11 times. 9 of those you weren't successful on. You didn't get through them successfully, which is another concern that I have in your particular case. The one positive thing that I've read in your whole thing is that you didn't get any tickets this time in your incarceration.
None at all, sir.
It's the one positive thing that I was able to read. I want to know more about what you got from programming that you've taken. And let's see, you you're on a wait list for a cheer program.
I am in the MAP program, the methadone program, which I take medication daily, and I meet with them twice a month for counseling. And I did the Voices program. I can talk to you about Voices.
I appreciate. I mean, it's not the first time you've taken Voices, is it?
It is not. Now that I'm older, I hope wiser, I got more out of it. I realized that it's not about me. It's not even about the people around me. There's a ripple effect to everything you do. And it's far-reaching. I mean, it's from someone who burglarizes a house to someone getting a firearm and having an accident with it because they're afraid of it. There's a lot of impact from your actions that impact people a lot further out from you. You need to really think before you make any kind of move because it could have drastic repercussions.
It sounds as if you picked up something this time, but I tell you what concerns me is that in your whole opening statement, you never mentioned your victim one time until I asked you about it.
I didn't honestly. I had never read the report. I think it's because you didn't see him as a victim. I see him as a victim. I do. I really do.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't get that sense from you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't understand that. Like I said, I've never done this before. I've never had a hearing. Let's
go to some other things.
Yes, sir.
You've taken tier 2 before as well, 3 times.
I took tier 2, yes, I did.
Yeah, what's clicked this time?
Honestly, the fact that I am on the MAP program, I was also clean for almost 10 years.
I saw that. You relapsed.
I got attacked by a pit bull. My arm was broken and I was prescribed painkillers. And I had continued with opiates after them because I couldn't handle.
Did you let the doctor know at that time that you had a problem with opiates?
I did.
And he still gave it to you anyway?
Yeah, right
And
at
he
the
gave it
emergency
to
room.
you?
Yes, sir. Right at the emergency room. You know, my arm was shattered. I had to return to work a few weeks after, and I dealt with a considerable amount of pain. Is that an excuse? No, I should have never used drugs again. I was clean for a decade. There's no excuse for going back ever.
What efforts have you made in establishing a relapse plan?
Well, being on the methadone maintenance program, I've never done it to, you know, I've never done it with giving it a worthwhile opportunity. I've developed people that I can count on, family support. I have a good support network. I have my mother, my father, my wife, an extended family that supports me. I have a sponsor in the community that I've worked with before who is willing to take me back. I like the methadone program because they keep you accountable. You have to go every day, be medicated, and you're tested often. So there's no, it's structured. It's structured, and that's what I need to get my life in order.
Are you currently attending other programs besides the MAP program?
I am waiting for tier 2 that should start soon. I believe I've been on the waiting list for it.
Are you going to NA or AA?
That's what I was going to say. I do self-help meetings, and I try to read on, you know, worthwhile topics, recovery, addiction. I try to do some self-teaching because there's not many options in here. But I do attend NA. And
Are you doing steps? Are you doing steps?
I'm working on my first and second. I mean, I have no one to really do them with right now in here. So I would like to do that with my sponsor when I return to the community.
I don't know, Mr. Proto, I really have some real challenges with your particular situation. Your history, the fact of your releases that you haven't been successful on. You've got a protective order to 2034. You know what that means?
That I have no contact with that person until at least 2034. I just have no contact.
No kind of contact.
None at all. I don't want any, honestly.
I don't have any additional questions at this point, Mr. Proto. I'll hold off. If anything comes back to me, when my colleagues finish, I'll ask any follow-up questions I may have. But thank you for answering, and thank you for answering my questions. And you've heard some of my concerns.
Thank you.
Board Member Sosowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Proto, you wanted to have released to your wife, right?
Correct.
Okay. Does she still have contact with the victim?
The victim is staying with my wife's mother, and they are estranged.
So your wife doesn't have any contact. So you living at your wife's house is not going to put you in a position to violate this protective order?
Not at all. It's my and my wife's house, and there will be no contact with the young man. He is, from what I know, the guardianship has been switched to his grandmother, Joanne Viglione.
Okay. All right.
And
I want you to understand that is a risky situation for you, thinking about the future and where you could potentially have problems. That's going to be one of them, having contact like my colleague said with that person. So putting yourself back in the household, I just want to make sure you understand what you're getting yourself into.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's going to land you right back in prison. I mean, you're going to come right back. You understand that?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. And then the other thing I want to talk about, you mentioned drugs and opiates in that, but I wanted to talk about alcohol because you mentioned AA. Were you intoxicated during some of these things also, in addition to using drugs? Were you using alcohol during this threatening?
I don't really drink alcohol. I don't, no, not to my memory. I don't really think I drank any alcohol.
That's not been your biggest problem, is what you're saying?
I've never really drank.
Okay.
I always had issues with narcotics.
Okay.
Like I said, I had substantial clean time. If I hadn't gotten hurt, but then again, there's no reason to go back.
Yeah, I read that. Things are going to happen in life. You have to be prepared for that. That's why these addiction services programs are good, is what you need, because they're going to teach you about the triggers and the risky situations that may cause you to relapse, like being injured, right? When you go to the emergency room, you need to tell them no. You cannot, even if you tell the doctor that you have an addiction, you have to tell them, I'm not taking a prescription for opiates. It's just about them. You can't have that. You need to have Tylenol, ibuprofen, whatever they decide to do. But those are the kinds of things you learn in an addiction services program, where they're going to teach you about these triggers and these life challenges, how to handle stress and how to handle when people pass away so that you don't slip back, because these things don't ever go away. I mean, it could be 20 years and you could do it again. I mean, really, it could, so it's not like it just disappears because you went to the MAP program. It doesn't make it go away, All right, that's all I have, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hamlet-Williams, we have victim input. Mr. Proto, your portion of the hearing is over, so you can just listen from here on out and may not interrupt.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll watch. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel. I do have the guardian and grandmother of the victim who has joined us online, and she's on now. I just need to caution you, ma'am, to address your statement to the board members and not to the inmate. You may begin when you're ready. You can unmute.
Good morning. My name is Joanne Viglione, and I am actually the legal guardian of John Tay and his brother. Did it have an impact? It definitely did on John Tay and the brothers, because, this was a family living in a house together. That being said, I did hear the gentleman who commented that Steve didn't mention, about John Tay. And it is traumatic. But that being said, I have John Tay in therapy. He's had his own struggles, clearly, as has the older brother. And, my daughter is very sick. I don't have a problem, with Steve being early released, as long as, there are no firearms, no drug use, because they were both using, my daughter also. And, it really put me in a spot, no food in the house, etc. I would get calls, etc. Very disturbing. I did ask DCF for guardianship, but they wanted to keep it working. So, but that being said, and John Tay has expressed, his willingness and hopefulness that Steve can be released and that they can rebuild. But I think it's going to take a lot of therapy, first between Steve and Liz, his wife, my daughter, and maybe down the road, all of them. And, you know, that's what I have to say. It's a very, very sad situation all around. But I do hope that he can be successful upon his release.
Okay, thank you so much for your statement. You may mute.
Thank you.
Thank you, panel.
Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, at least he was given some grace by the victim. It's being released. And the challenge that I had with Mr. Porter is that I would like to see him take a tier program. I realize we're kind of challenged because we can't say that he should take a tier program. But I'd like to see him take a tier program. I think he could use that. I would also like to see a stronger release plan that maybe would have included some contact CCAR and some opportunity to build some real support network around him at this point. I mean, I want to hear from the two of you. I'm a denial right now with a recommendation for a rehear. Give him some opportunity to do a little bit more work. The fact that he was clean for 10 years and then relapsed concerned me when he said that. But I'd like to hear what my two colleagues have to say.
Board Member Sosakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, he has a DOC drug and alcohol score of 4. I have notes here about previous alcohol, marijuana, cocaine, heroin, oxycodone, Percocet use. And by his own admission, he says that, you know, these crimes occurred because he was not in the right state of mind. He was under the influence. And I heard the same kind of thing from the victim's statement. He said, I wasn't thinking, you know, that he shouldn't have done those things. You know, he wasn't in a right state of mind because he was using. So, I mean, this goes all back to his substance abuse, and hate for him to go back out and something happened, and he hasn't had the right program to identify triggers and to be ready for the challenges, right? And that's what we're talking about. And he didn't really handle the situation, whether a dog bite, you know, correctly. He should have done something different so he didn't relapse, you know. You know, I really would like to see him take the tier program. You know, I understand what the victim says. He is on the waiting list for addiction services, and he says that he's been told that he's going to be starting it soon. You know,
Right.
it's here too.
And we have a confirmation of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like him to do that and then come back. So I don't think we need to go far out on this. You know?
Right. The thing is that, you know, what's been said before is that, I guess we needed the earliest rehear we can do is
6 months. That would be that would be the best we could do for him. And so it would have to be what, May?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the best we could do. He should be able to get tier 2 completed by then.
Right.
And I mean, really, for me, it's just this criminal history and inadequate program participation, or I don't know, if you thought with the nature and circumstances of this situation isn't good either. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So, so we want to go with inadequate institutional program participation.
Yeah. Criminal history.
Yeah, during nature and circumstances, I mean, either, right, he pointed a gun at it. I understand. what
Nature
you're
and
doing.
circumstances.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe nature and circumstance versus
positive programming, no disciplinary reports, no C in May. Does
How do
that
you
make
feel?
sense?
How do you, yeah.
Just gotta make sure that facility is really down.
Yeah, and I reached out to board staff, and he is scheduled for addiction services in tier 2. So,
it was in May.
yeah. So, regarding Stephen Proto, 324631, I'd move to deny parole today, based upon nature and circumstances of the current offense and inadequate institutional program participation, and to rehear this case in May, of 2026, where we would recommend positive programming remaining free of disciplinary reports.
Can we have a solid relapse plan?
And what we want to do is have Mr. Proto develop a recovery plan, which could include CCAR, recovery coach involvement, and meetings and things like that that you would participate in the community. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the parole is denied with a rehear in May. Mr. Proto, you heard what our discussion here. We think it's really important for you to take that tier 2 program that you're scheduled to take, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know of CCAR,
I don't know what CCAR is, sir.
so
I don't know, what I probably do know what it is, but I don't know what those initials
Yeah.
stand for.
it's the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery. It's CCAR, and they have recovery coaches. And if you can connect with those through addiction services, when you take tier 2, ask the counselor that's doing it about that and make that connection. There are people out here that know all of the resources to support recovery in the community. You know, and it's a very worthwhile thing, so that you don't come back out here and things go sideways and you have nobody in your corner. Right?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll see you in May.
So I'll have another hearing in May.
Yes. Yep.
Okay,
Good luck to you.
great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Stephen Proto. 631. Mr. Proto, can you send the next individual in? Thank you.
Good morning.
And yeah,
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning. If I stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
good morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Please state your name and every number for the record.
Alfonso Lewis III.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Alfonso Lewis, inmate number 313469. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 5 years, with 5 years probation for 2 counts of possession with intent. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 13th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Mr. Lewis has completed voices, good intentions, bad choices, and has been working at a janitor, tearman, and in commissary. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning.
Morning.
I believe I should be granted parole because I'm a good person that's made some bad decisions. I've had long periods of clean time. you know, and my downfall was not relying on my support system. You know, I was ashamed in my relapse, and I feel like the fall was a learning experience to continue what I was doing prior to the fall. And if granted the chance to make parole, I'll continue to walk.
All set, Mr. Lewis? All set?
Yes,
All
yes, sir.
And just to clarify, can you state your number for the record? You stated your name.
Oh, sorry. 313469.
Thank you. So what we're gonna do is, we've read about your background, what you've done to get into this incarceration, your interview with a parole officer. And based upon that, we have some questions for you. Then we're
Okay.
gonna talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
All right.
All right. I'm gonna start with questions, and what I want you to talk to me about is you said that to the parole officer and in the hearing here that you've had long periods of recovery in the community. Can you tell me how you did that?
By just following the teachings of my program, staying away from people, places, and things, using my support system.
What program?
Outside programs such as drug rehabilitation programs, NA, programs that I've learned from here from my prior incarceration, and spiritual guidance and guidance from my support system, my family, friends, things of that nature.
You have many friends who are in recovery?
I have a few.
Okay. So you said that you went to drug rehab and you went to NA. How much experience do you have with NA?
I have a good bit amount of experience, enough that I stayed clean for almost 10 years prior to this incident.
So how often were you going to meetings?
I catch day meetings because I was working a third shift, so at least 3 times a week.
And where were you going to meetings?
At the Franklin Commons in Stamford, in my town. It's a place where they have the American Job Center and other programs and stuff like that to help people.
Okay. And did you have a sponsor?
My pastor was my sponsor.
How long was he in recovery?
He's been in recovery for about 40 years now.
Okay. And what did he work on with you?
He just worked on pretty much being transparent and letting people know when I need help, and trying not to feel, that I can't ask for help, that it's okay to ask for help whenever you're feeling urges or whenever you might be down by a life situation, whatever, that you're not alone. You don't have to go through things alone. There are people that are willing to help you as long as you're willing to help yourself.
Yeah. Have you ever had any experience with CCAR? Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery Coach?
No, I haven't.
So you, what's happening here is substance use, and it's involved involved with, selling of narcotics. And you have some background with that. It's through, in the last 10 years, there's a few times where that's occurred. You have convictions for that. And what I'm really concerned about, it's good that you took voices. It's good that you took good intentions, bad choices.
Mhm.
One of the things through, with the questioning that I just did is that it'd be really important for me to see you take an addiction services program.
Yes, I tried to, oh, sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, at the time when there were spots open, I was doing, my voices and my good intentions, bad choices. But in the last round that they have for tier 2, there wasn't any volunteer spots. It was just for people who had it on their OAP at that moment.
Right. And have you had any conversation with people there about taking the next opportunity to take a tier program?
Yeah, I actually spoke about that, and when I found out that there were no volunteer spots, and the counselor let me know that when they ran it again, if there was a volunteer spot, that I could take it.
Okay. Because it's definitely something that, you're lined up for. And it's definitely something that, having heard, your experience in the community and things like that, that you probably, I don't even want to say probably, that you would benefit from.
Absolutely.
And your parole date is not until May.
Yes.
And I know that there's that there's a tier program starting very soon. I think that would help you land better when you come out, and we're dealing with sometime in mid-2028 when the end of sentence is. So if we took that program and came back, there would be an opportunity, an opportunity for you to make some connection, put together a good recovery plan, and and try to engage in employment and things like that would, be conducive to the kind of lifestyle that you're wanting to live. Because if we're selling drugs, we're probably doing drugs, right? Pretty
Yes,
much,
sir.
right? So,
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate, what you've done thus far. And the employment that you have and things like that. And I would certainly love to see you take something that was addiction related. That's all I have. Board members, Kazatskas, you have anything?
No, I've gone through this and I think you've touched on everything that I wanted to talk about. I have no questions. Thank you.
Board members?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think we've hit on it, trying to all three share.
So what I would like to do is have Mr. Lewis come back to see us in May when he, that's his parole eligibility month as of right now. And I'd like to see him take any positive programming, take a addiction services program, remain free of disciplinary reports, and put together a recovery plan. And I know that, if he gets into addiction services, they're going to know about CCAR and recovery coaches. And that's really something that will help when he gets back into the community. So if you can put together a recovery plan for us as well, that would be a good thing.
Okay.
All right. So I really have inadequate institutional program participation. That,
I had added criminal history just because there is some violence.
Yeah,
that's,
okay,
yeah,
so those two,
yeah, right.
yep, and we'll see him in May.
Yeah.
So regarding Alfonso Lewis, 313469, I move to deny parole today based upon criminal history and inadequate institutional program participation. And we'll rehear him again in May of 2026. And we ask that he take any positive programming and addiction services program, remain free of disciplinary reports, and come back with a recovery plan. And is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Lewis, you heard what our concerns are. You know, go ahead and advocate for yourself there. Get in that program. Talk to addiction services about CCAR and a recovery coach. And that would be a good thing. That'll help you when you come out so that you don't have to go back there again. Right? That's what we're trying to do.
Yep.
Okay.
Good luck, sir.
Roll up.
All right, thank you.
This concludes a hearing for Alfonso Lewis, statement number 313469. Can you send in the next person, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2025. Since the Connecticut Board of Parole and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, notified and have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Good morning, Richard Bouchard.
Please state your name and make up.
Richard Bouchard, 258-279.
This hearing being conducted in consideration of the application for Richard Bouchard, inmate number 258-279. He is serving a sentence of 3 years jail for violation of probation, underlying offense of larceny. Second. As we have today, records reflect the parole eligibility date February 16, 2026. There is no makeup input in this case. There is an offender part of the plan for the offender. Mr. Bouchard has completed voices and has worked as a editor. Utilizing statewide collaborative risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe this regulated parole. You may begin.
Why, sir, why do you believe that you deserve parole?
I think I've had a lot of time to think about the stuff that I've done. I've hurt a lot of people. It's just time for me to start fixing everything I did wrong. With my family, children, grandchildren, the community. I've always, prior to all this, I've always been a good person. Always helped people. Just had some bad luck. Made some real stupid choices. lost my mother at a young age. Took that out on everybody, you know, but it's really don't want to lose anybody else.
Okay. Well, thank you for your opening remarks. What we've done is we've read about your background, what you've done to get to this incarceration, what has happened since you've been in, your interview with the parole officer. And based upon that, we have some questions. We're gonna take turns and ask those questions, and then we're gonna talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Absolutely.
We're gonna start, questions this morning with Board Member Suzakis.
Good morning again, sir.
Morning.
It sounds like you relapsed from what I read after you got news of the death of a family member. Is that true?
Correct.
Have you thought about your plan and how you're going to deal with that kind of bad news or other bad news that's stressful in the future so that this doesn't happen again?
Yeah, I plan on doing some classes, talking with my psychiatrist again.
But my question is, sir, when you get that phone call in the future, something's happened that's stressful, whether it's a death of a family member or you lost your job, whatever, it could be anything, right? But what is it you do instead of using, you know what I mean? So that way you can cope with what happened.
I'm just going to immediately call my psychiatrist and try to get in. She is a part of the family, friend of the family, so I just wasn't able to get a hold of her that day, so unfortunately. Hopefully I'm
So going forward, you got to have a second and a third person, like multiple people, right, on a list. Yeah, so you can't just, she didn't pick up the phone, all right, I'm just going to start using it. You have to have layers of protection. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely, I agree. I am starting to rebuild all the bridges with my children.
Okay,
And some
good.
family members, so
So you've been talking to family on the phone?
a little bit here and there, mostly letters.
Okay. These are some of the things that you might learn, and I'm talking about coping mechanisms and identifying triggers so you can foresee in advance when a problem might come. These are some of the things you might learn in a TIER program. Have they talked to you about participating in an addiction services TIER program while you're incarcerated?
Yes, I actually applied about that, and they told me I didn't have to.
I know you don't have to, but I just think that would be helpful to you. It does appear that you're on a waiting. It does appear you're on a waiting list, according to my records. When I looked, it appears that you're on a waiting list for the addiction services program.
That's news to me. I'm glad I found out. I did the last time I was incarcerated. I did take that addiction services.
Okay. And did they talk to you about triggers and things that might make you relapse? Do you remember that?
Yes. Yep.
So I mean, you should have had the tools to be able to deal with this situation that presented itself to you. I mean, we're all going to have those kind of bad phone calls. We all get them as adults, right? It's unfortunate part of life.
Yeah.
Whether you get fired from a job or someone gets in a car accident or someone gets a serious illness or someone even dies, but we can't resort to criminal behavior. I mean, that's the part you have to figure out, you know what I mean, when you get that news.
Exactly. It's a shame. I just wish I wasn't so weak.
Yeah, I mean, but there's techniques and coping mechanisms and resources. People have studied these things for years, and they figured out ways so that if you can remember these things, like I was talking about, don't rely on one person, right? I'm not a drug counselor, but I hear other people talk. To me, making one phone call, a person doesn't pick up and going to go use. I mean, you should have multiple people, right? Whether it's people that you met that are also in recovery, AA, or a recovery coach from CCAR. There are all kinds of people you could put in your life. If you're involved in church, someone from your church, there's all kind of people that you can put in that line in the list of phone numbers. So that way you don't end up back here. Nobody wants to see you in the situation you're in now, right?
But
You don't want to be here. You don't want to be there. Your family doesn't want you to be here. We don't want you to be there.
Right.
Let's just go back a little bit to this larceny in 2017. That's the underlying offense of this violation of probation. It sounds like you stole some outdoor patio furniture. What was going on at that time? Was this drug related? What was going on there?
It was drug related. Just had down on my luck, homeless at the time. Just chose to walk away from everything. Another bad decision.
What did you do with all this stuff? Where did all the furniture go?
Just got rid of it. A little bit of cash here and there to survive, to eat.
I mean, it sounds like that was probably a low time, like in your life, right? I mean, we're talking this.
I think that was the lowest I've ever been.
From then 2017 until this happened, this latest one, was there a string of clean time?
Yeah, there was. For obviously for the most part, back when I was younger, I started using. I was working a lot of hours, working like 90-something hours a week. I was on call all the time. For me to stay awake, I was using cocaine. Got to the point where everything was just spiraling. I finally just woke up one morning. I quit my job. And went cold turkey on everything. Didn't do any drugs, drinking, smoking cigarettes, nothing for 11 years. And that was with no help, no support from anyone. I don't know where this weakness came from. For years I was blaming my mother's death, but it's just a cop out. I don't know.
Well, trauma, I mean, experiencing trauma has effect on everybody's lives. I mean, so I wouldn't just write that off. I mean, that certainly plays a role in probably, according to you, you've mentioned your mother twice now. So it certainly probably plays a role in all of this. I'm sure there are other things too, but those are things that you said you have a person on the outside that you talk to that's a family member, but is also trained to deal with these kind of situations. That person seemed to help you when you were out in the community?
Yeah, a lot. It just, again, it's a friend of the family. So
yeah.
When she has some free time, she'll call me and I make sure I literally drop everything I'm doing to have that conversation. It's just sometimes it just gets overwhelming. I wasn't expecting my brother to drop dead, that was very unexpected. Again, not an excuse to go out and be an idiot, that's for sure. Just got to the point, like saying I'm done,
Yeah. Well, you're not the first person that has told me that they relapsed after getting news of the death of a family member. I can tell you that because that's a pretty common relapse story that I hear. So you have to just be on guard for that. You know what I mean? Understanding that could be a trigger for you, not just that, but other stressful news, and do you still talk to this person that was being supportive of you, taking making these phone calls, this effort to help you? Do you still talk to that person?
I haven't, not since I've been incarcerated, no.
You thought about sending that person a letter or trying to reach out and say,
Yeah, I have a daughter that reached out to her and she said, once I'm situated, then she'll we'll do some appointments.
Okay, good. All right, that's good news. And I see you completed the Voices program, is that right?
Correct.
Is that the first time you did that?
I believe it is, yes. I did domestic violence the last time I was in.
Yeah.
The addiction services I've done. So Voices is the first time I did this. Yeah.
So can you tell us a couple of things that you learned in that program?
Number one thing, really, I just never realized, never really sat down and put any kind of thought into every little thing is someone can be a victim to. Doesn't matter, if you call someone a name or it's some kind of mental health that, and that's my biggest regret is not really knowing that or putting a lot of time to think about everybody is a victim at some point in life. Doesn't matter how small or how big, or how stupid it may sound, or that was the biggest thing I learned, and which really made me sit down and spend some time and think about how the littlest things can harm somebody.
Okay.
And another thing, I got 6 grandchildren, so they're all victims now too, because of my actions. So
Yeah, it causes a ripple effect, right? And there's a lot of people in your circle, that are affected by this. That person you talked about that you talked to on the phone, right? They were in the process of trying to help you, and now that didn't work. So because of this whole situation, and then the people at the store where you stole the furniture from, they were all disrupted there. Your family missing you. You're not able to be supportive of your grandchildren now, not only your children but your grandchildren, right? Because you're sitting here and because you didn't find a way to deal with this stressful situation in a more positive way, So yeah, I agree. There's a lot of harm caused. It doesn't seem like just on the outside, using drugs or relapsing would cause such a problem, but it does,
Yeah, I never thought in a million years that I would cause this kind of damage.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're able to understand that, have some insight into the harm that's caused by some of these things that don't seem so bad on the outside, you know what I mean? But there is, All right.
Never thought in a million years I would ever be the person to cause anybody any kind of pain, really. I've always went out of my way to help people.
Well, I understand you took the Tier 2 program, you say in the past, an addiction services program, but I would really like to do it again so you can get the tools and understand all of your triggers so that you can be better prepared for when that stressful situation happens again to you, like what happened here.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to see what my colleagues have to say, and then we'll figure out how we're going to handle this. Okay.
All right. Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Board member Suzanskis.
Okay. All righty, we're back to me, Mr. Bouchard. We're done with the questions. So we're going to talk about your case. You can listen. Please don't interrupt. Okay, and we'll give you our answer shortly.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So Mr. Bouchard is here for a violation of probation. He had an underlying offense of larceny second where he stole some lawn furniture. Says that he did that. He was at a low point in his life and needed drug money. And then he violated his probation, it looks like, by testing positive for drugs. He indicates he had a relapse when he received the bad news of the passing of a close family member. It was unexpected. It's not new information to me. I've heard several people say that kind of thing, that those kind of stressful situations that surprise them and they're not prepared for will send them into this kind of situation. So he has completed a Voices program and looks like he has a job in the facility. And he sounds pretty good today about wanting to change, understanding the harm that he's caused and the things that he's learned in Voices program and how his actions had a ripple effect and affected, not only the victims of the larceny, but his family members, his grandkids, and everything. So I really just want him to go back through, have an addiction services program just to get those tools, identifying triggers so he can be more prepared and ready. He has not completed the addiction services program. According to my records, it looks like he's on a waiting list for it. his pro eligibility date is not until February. And I would be looking to hear this in, May, give time to complete that program. He was on probation when this happened. He's had some other violations of probation in the past, so my reasons for denial were poor performance while on community release and inadequate program participation. That's where I'm at.
Basically in the same place. Well, I'm concerned that he has taken 2-2 before.
I know,
And it didn't seem to stick with him then. That wasn't too long ago, by the way,
I know.
in 2023. I hope that this time he takes it a little bit more seriously. And then also utilizes it to establish himself, as you had shared with him, an outside larger network
Yeah,
of people either in recovery who can be supportive to him that he can reach out to be able to connect. It doesn't seem that he had that. Pastor's nice to have the pastor, but one person might be able to add a few more people to that list
yeah.
of people that he can connect with. I'm also in the same place.
Maybe while he's in taking addiction services, he can talk to them about CCAR and a recovery coach on the way out that is a person who has some lived experience and putting together a recovery plan so that when he comes back and sees us, he has a plan for when he goes out.
Yeah,
So regarding charge 58279, and move to deny parole today based upon poor performance while on community release and inadequate institutional program participation, and rehear this case in May of 2026. We would hope that he would remain free of disciplinary reports, complete an addiction services program, and any other positive programming he can, and develop a recovery plan that would include CCAR and recovery coach and other things like that in the community. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Bouchard, you understand what we just did?
Absolutely.
We're going to see you in May. We're rooting for you. We want you to take that tier program again and develop a recovery plan.
Appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Good luck.
Have a good day.
All right, thank you.
Okay, number 258.
So regarding Cameron Acevedo, 381-600, the correct voted parole date is 11/14/2025. And with the following stipulations. Release to federal detainer, halfway house information, halfway house placement if necessary, community-based treatment for domestic violence, no contact with victim, JMR, and no contact with co-defendant Ernest Volkel. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And Mr. Acevedo is voted to parole with the stipulations as stated.
This concludes the Cameron Acevedo, inmate number 381-600.
hello.
Hi, are you there?
Here.
Okay, so we're gonna get started, all right?
Okay. So
And what's your name again? It's Anna. What's the last name or it said PIN number? Okay. All right, so we're gonna get started. Anna, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
yes.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Menard. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Alex Tucker.
Hannah Berry.
This is interpreter, sir. Let me know when I can introduce myself, please.
Go ahead.
Buenos días, seré su intérprete de inglés. Interpretaré todo lo que diga y lo mantendré confidencial. Por favor, hable en frases cortas.
Buenos días. Buenos días. Está bien, sí, gracias.
Buenos días. Buenos días. Mi nombre soy el oficial de libertad condicional, Rena. Hoy es viernes 14 de noviembre de 2025 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Libertad Condicional y Supervisión de la Frontera de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana. Al afirmar sus nombres, certifican revisar todos los documentos legales requeridos y la información permanente disponible para la preparación de esta audiencia.
Sí, está bien, muchas gracias.
Please state your name and inmate. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Por favor, diga su nombre y también diga su número de registro.
Mi nombre es Héctor Arnoldo Morán. Mi número de preso es 444413.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Hector Moran, inmate number 444443. He is serving a sentence of 8 years execution suspended after 4 years jail with 3 years probation for assault third, burglary third, risk of injury, 2 counts of violation of probation with the underlying offense of criminal trespassing, and violation of probation with the underlying offense of assault third.
This is interpreter. I have to say this information, right?
Yes.
Muy bien, esta audiencia se lleva a cabo para considerar la solicitud de libertad condicional de Héctor Morán. El número es 444413. Morán cumple una condena de 8 años de prisión, suspendida tras cumplir 4 años de cárcel o 3 años de libertad condicional por agresión en tercer grado, robo en tercer grado, riesgos de lesiones, 2 cargos de violación de la libertad condicional con delitos subyacentes en allanamientos de morada y violación de libertad condicional con el delito subyacente de agresión en tercer grado.
As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 5th, 2025.
Bien, vamos a seguir los registros actuales con la fecha de elegibilidad para la libertad condicional, Código 2025.
There is no victim input in this case.
No hay víctimas en este caso, no, en este caso no hay testimonios de la víctima.
There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed any programs.
Entonces no existe un plan de rendición de cuentas para el delincuente. Se ha recibido muestras de que no ha completado ningún programa.
Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism.
Utilizando el sistema estatal colaborativo de evaluación de riesgos delictivos, la puntuación general de los delincuentes se sitúa dentro del rango moradero de riesgos de reincidencia.
This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Esta es una oportunidad para expresar a la Junta que se cree que se le debe conceder la libertad condicional. Puede comenzar.
No le escuché.
This is interpreter, sir. I'm going to repeat that. Esta es su oportunidad para expresar a la Junta por qué usted cree que se le debe conceder la libertad condicional. Puede comenzar.
Ok. Muy buenos días, les agradezco por darme la oportunidad de presentarme a ustedes y me conozcan, a la misma vez compartirles sobre mi persona. Soy un hombre criado con derechos de respeto a la mujer, a Dios y al prójimo. Primeramente quiero ofrecerle una disculpa
Okay, so good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. And so I'm a man, right, to woman, to God, and to my neighbor. And I want to apologize.
I'm sorry? Could you repeat that, please? Louder?
Yes. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. So I'm a right man and to woman, God, and neighbor. And I just want to say that I'm apologizing.
That he's a what? That he's what?
I'm apologizing.
Apologize. Oh, okay. Thank you. Please go on.
Okay, continúe.
Primeramente quiero ofrecerle una disculpa a mi ex mujer, la madre de mi única hija, la señora Lorena Pacheco, por el mal rato que la hice pasar ese día. Nunca fue mi intención ponerla en esta situación debido a mi mal comportamiento.
Okay. And I want to apologize to Lorena Pacheco, my ex-wife. It was never my intention to put her in this situation for my behavior.
Please do not refer to the victim by her name.
Por favor, no se refiera a la víctima por su nombre.
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to say about why you believe you deserve parole?
¿Hay algo más que usted quiera decir sobre por qué usted cree que merece la libertad condicional?
Pues yo pienso pues que no sé cómo, pienso que me merezco la libertad condicional porque yo pienso que ya como persona, yo siento que he cambiado bastante, he sabido corregir mis decisiones y todo.
Okay. Well, I think I have the deserved parole because I feel like I've changed and I'm not the same person anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Moran. We're going to ask questions of you, and then we will discuss your case and make a decision this morning. We'll begin questions with my colleague, Mr. Sarkoff.
Good morning, Mr. Moran.
Muchas gracias. Gracias, señor Morán. Vamos a hacer ahora algunas preguntas y luego vamos a discutir su caso. Vamos a tomar una decisión esta mañana. Entonces vamos a comenzar con las preguntas con mi colega, el señor Charles.
Good morning, Mr. Moran.
Buenos días, señor Morán.
Buenos días.
Can you tell us why you're incarcerated?
¿Podría decirnos el por qué usted está encarcelado?
Bueno, yo estoy encarcelado aquí por un caso de doméstico que Bueno, que me gané dijo, por no saber tener buen comportamiento y saberme cómo me comportar yo mismo.
Well, I'm here because of domestic violence matter, which I got back for my behavior or not know how to get my behavior or get in control.
Okay, one of your convictions is for assault third and also involved in burglary. Can you tell us what happened there?
Okay. Bueno, entonces una de sus colecciones es para una celda, también es relacionada con los robos que ha tenido. ¿Puede decirnos qué sucedió con eso?
Pues mire, la verdad yo le voy a decir sinceramente, de los robos que me están acusando, la verdad yo desconozco eso, porque yo lo que me he dedicado fuera de trabajar, yo a ninguna persona le he robado. No sé por qué me están poniendo esos cargos, no sé. Pero como yo me consiento como persona que soy, yo nunca me he dedicado a andar haciendo daño a las personas, a robarle cosas, no sé.
To be honest, I don't know anything about that. I've never stolen anything, and I don't know why I've been accused of that, because I'm only work. I'm never like stole something.
Do you remember anything from that incident?
¿Usted recuerda algo del incidente?
Sí, yo tengo todo en mente, yo recuerdo todo bien, sí.
Yes, I remember everything.
Were you intoxicated at the time?
¿Usted estaba intoxicado en ese momento?
Bueno, la verdad sí, yo estaba tomado, sí, pero cuando yo me presenté a la casa, que yo fui por ir a ver a mi niña, yo llamé a la señora, a la mamá de la niña, y ella me dijo que sí, que podía ir. Entonces el problema pasó cuando yo me encontré con segunda persona, y yo le pregunté que si quién era esa persona, y él me salió diciendo que él era el novio de ella. Entonces el segundo novio de ella empezó discutiendo.
Okay. Yes, at that time I had been drinking, and when I went home, I called the baby's mother, and she said that I could come over. The problem was when I arrived, and there was someone else at that time, and he said that he was her boyfriend, and we argued.
Then you left and you came back to the house, right?
Después usted se fue de la casa, ¿correcto? Luego usted se fue y después volvió a la casa, ¿verdad?
No, yo estaba ahí mismo en la casa cuando la policía llegó a arrestarme.
Ese es el intérprete hablando, disculpe, ¿puede repetir? No lo pude escuchar muy bien.
Que le digo que el día que pasó el incidente en la casa, yo no me fui, yo me quedé ahí en la casa, que cuando la policía llegó a arrestarme, yo tenía a mi hija chineada aquí en el pecho. ¿Sí?
No, I didn't leave. I just searched there and the police arrived. I never left.
Why were you convicted of the burglary?
Ok, entonces, ¿por qué entonces usted fue condenado por el robo?
Porque, bueno, eso me lo pusieron por robo, porque como yo estaba en la casa donde yo no vivía, yo vivía solo la mamá de la niña y mi hija, yo no vivía en esa casa, y por eso como que me pusieron eso.
Well, the reason was, I think it was because I was in the house and I didn't live in that house.
You haven't done any programs in the facility. Have you taken domestic violence in the community?
Muy bien, pues entonces ha terminado con cualquier centro en el programa. ¿Usted ha participado en programas sobre violencia doméstica en la comunidad?
Mire, Bueno, ¿en la comunidad se refiere afuera o aquí adentro?
When you say community, you say inside here or outside?
Outside.
Afuera.
No.
Is there a program in the community that would be helpful to you? Or in the facility?
¿Existe algún programa en la comunidad que le pudiera ser útil?
Pues yo pienso que sí, sí. Yo estoy sumamente de acuerdo. Si me toca que hacer un programa afuera, 1, 2, 3 o los que sean, yo de toda voluntad los hago, sí.
I think so, yes. If I have to go outside, I can take the program.
What kind of programs would be helpful to you?
Bueno, ¿qué tipo de programas serían útiles? ¿Qué tipo de programas serían útiles?
Empezando un programa así como el del caso mío de Domestic Violence y otro programa que sí lo quiero hacer yo voluntariamente al salir afuera, un programa de alcohol. Porque por eso fue que me pasó el problema que me pasó, por no saber tomar buenas decisiones y andar tomando.
I can take a program for domestic violence and also for alcohol about this case, because I think that was the problem at that time that I was drinking. I would like to take a program for alcohol also.
Okay, let's talk about your tickets.
Muy bien, vamos a hablar entonces con relación a su ticket.
You received one. You received one in September of this year for contraband. What was that about?
Usted recibió una multa en septiembre de este año por contrabando. ¿De qué se trataba?
Bueno, sí, miren, me pusieron un ticket por contrabando, porque yo estaba en la celda con una persona. Esa persona, él está haciendo 20 años de prisión. Entonces él me dijo a mí de que si yo le podía abrir una batería, porque él quería hacer una aguja. Entonces, yo, primera vez que estoy preso, yo nunca había llegado a estos lugares, entonces yo abrí la batería, entonces el policía me encontró la batería rompida de encima, una pieza de corta uña, y por eso me pusieron contrabando. Entonces la otra persona no se quiso ser culpable y me tocó a mí agarrar el ticket.
Ese es el intérprete hablando. Disculpe, ¿puede repetir la información? No lo pude entender muy bien. En frases cortas, por favor.
Ok. Sí, en septiembre me pusieron un ticket por contrabando, pero el problema que pasó, yo estaba con una persona en la celda, él está haciendo 20 años de prisión. Entonces él me pidió a mí de que si yo le podía abrir una batería con un corta uña, porque él necesitaba hacer una aguja. Entonces yo la verdad pues yo no sabía que era un ticket de contrabando, porque yo primera vez que estoy preso. Entonces sí, pues mala suerte el policía me encontró con esa batería abierta y después cuando el policía me encontró con la batería abierta, él no se quiso ser culpable en decir que eso era de él y me tocó a mí agarrar el ticket.
Okay. Yes, that's right. So they put me a ticket. So they put a ticket on me because I was in the there with other person, and that person had 20 years in prison, and that person told me to open a battery for him, and the police found me with the battery, and when he found me, the other person didn't want to say that he get the responsibility, because I didn't know that was something bad.
What about your ticket for fighting in June?
¿Y qué hay acerca de su ticket de junio? De su pelea, de la entrada a la pelea de junio.
Ok, eso fue en la prisión de Coravison. Vino y el problema fue así. Yo tenía una comida en mi cama y yo me fui para la jarpa a agarrar agua caliente para hacer un café para mí. Entonces vino otra persona y me fue a robar mi comida. Entonces vine yo y regresé donde la persona para que me regresara mi comida de vuelta. Entonces vino la persona y me reempujó así. Entonces él me siguió tirando, entonces me tocó que pelear a mí. Pero no fue porque yo quise, no que porque él me reempujó primero, porque yo no quería pelear tampoco. Inclusamente así me dejé yo que él me pegara 3 golpes, pero donde miré que él me siguió pegando, entonces yo por eso le levanté la mano contra él.
Okay, the problem was that I had a food in my bed, and I went to make some coffee, and someone else stole my food, and I went to the other person to get my food back, and the person put me, and we had a fine. But to be honest, I didn't want to get this problem. I just wanted to get my food back.
Okay, was there another way to handle that situation?
Okay, entonces, ¿había algo más? ¿Había otra manera de manejar la situación?
Sí, porque yo fui donde él para que me regresara mi comida, pero no, yo no llevaba intención de ir a agredirlo, a golpearlo a él, no. Yo solo fui y le dije, ¿por qué tú me robaste mi comida? Regresa mi comida de regreso, que eso no es tuyo. Entonces vino él y me dijo, ¿y qué tú vas a hacer más? Y me empujó así. Entonces yo solo le hice así y él me siguió tirando, entonces a mí me tocó que meterle las manos también, porque yo miré que ya me estaba pegando mucho ya.
Yes, sir. Because I wanted him to get my meal back, but I didn't have an intention to fight with him because he pushed me, and that was when we, like had a problem at the time. But I just had my food back. I didn't have this problem.
What have you learned from this incarceration?
¿Y qué usted aprendió de esta situación?
Pues de esta situación aquí donde estoy he aprendido mucho. Sí, he aprendido bastante a pensar, a no hacer las cosas antes de pensar. Sí, porque si uno no piensa antes de hacer las cosas, estas son las consecuencias que trae uno, los problemas.
Well, I learned a lot here to think before to do something. Because if you think before to do something, you can see about the problem that you can have after that if you do something and you don't think about that first.
Aquí he aprendido yo a meditar, a cambiar y a corregir mis decisiones antes de actuar.
Here, I have learned to meditate, learn, and get control about myself and think and change.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moran, for answering my questions. Madam Chair.
Panel Member Barry.
Muchísimas gracias, señor, por responder mis preguntas.
Ok, muchas gracias a usted también.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not have, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, interpreter.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I do not have any questions.
That's it for the questions, Mr. Moran. Please sit quietly while we discuss your case.
Muy bien, señor. Muchas gracias. No tenemos más preguntas. Eso sería todo por ahora. Así que, por favor, responda esté en silencio mientras hablamos.
Okay.
Mr. Zorko.
Mr. Moran is here on a number of convictions, including violation of probation, 2 convictions for assault third, and another about the burglary. He does rate as moderate. He does not have much of a criminal history. But he has not taken any programs in the facility. He has 2 tickets, one just in September of this year, one for fighting in June. I do not have him granted today. I really think he needs to take the TV program at the very least, perhaps a substance abuse program that he mentioned. So for today, I'm
Please go ahead. Interpreter?
This is yes, I have to say this information, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. Muy bien, pues con relación a esto, incluyendo, tiene lo que sería violación de libertad condicional, también condenas por la celda y una de ellas por robo, y no está capacitado como moderado. No tiene muchos antecedentes penales, pero no está participando en ningún programa en el centro. Tiene 2 multas, una por exceso de velocidad en septiembre de este año y la otra por pelear en junio. Entonces, no tengo una orden judicial hoy, realmente creo que necesita tomar el programa de BD, medio del cliente, y tal vez algo más para usar este programa. Pero ya se mencionó algo sobre eso.
I don't find Mr. Moran suitable. He violated his probation within 3 weeks of release. He has committed multiple assaultive acts, including punches to the head of one victim. And he has not been forthcoming about the fact that he also has a problem with cocaine. He was testing positive while on probation, so he definitely needs a tier program.
Ok, bueno, señor Moran, no se considera adecuado, ya que violó su libertad condicional a las 3 semanas de haberse liberado. Ha cometido múltiples actos de agresión, incluyendo golpes a una víctima, y no ha admitido tener un problema con la cocaína. Dio positivo en las pruebas de drogas mientras estaba en la libertad condicional, por lo que definitivamente necesita tomar un programa.
I hope he understands that getting disciplinary tickets keeps him out of the programs that he needs in order to prepare himself to be back in the community and successful.
Espero que entienda que recibir sanciones disciplinarias le impide acceder a los programas que necesita para prepararse, para reintegrarse a la comunidad y tener éxito.
Ms. Berry?
So I, too, do not find Mr. Moran suitable for discretionary parole. He clearly has an issue controlling his anger. His neglecting to tell us that he climbed up the fire escape and broke the kitchen window to gain access makes it very difficult to gauge whether or not he is being forthcoming, as you said.
It's changing, as he said.
Right. I have that he was sentenced on the 24th, and by the 8th, he was already involved in additional criminal activity. I believe that his probation officer worked and tried to work with him over and over again, and he failed to take advantage of the help that was being offered to him. If you want to interpret that, because I have a little bit more.
Ok. Bueno, realmente yo tampoco considero que el señor Morán sea apto para la libertad condicional discrecional. Claramente tiene problemas para controlar su ira, y de información que también tuvo, entró por la ventana de la cocina para acceder a la vivienda. También se evalúa siendo sincero, como usted mencionó, y que ha cambiado por usted mismo. También tengo entendido que fue sentenciado el 24, para el 8 ya estaba involucrado en otras actividades delictivas, y creo que su oficial de libertad condicional intenta trabajar con él una y otra vez, pero él no aprovecha la ayuda que se le está ofreciendo.
Also, I'm not sure that Mr. Moran's participating in treatment in the facility would benefit him given the language barrier. So based on the nature of his offenses, and his inadequate program participation and his, for institutional adjustment, I do not have him voted to parole and I do not have him returning for a new hearing.
También no estoy segura de que la participación del señor Morán en el tratamiento del centro de beneficie, dada la barrera del idioma. Por lo tanto, en función de la naturaleza de sus delitos, su escasa participación en el programa y su dificultad para adaptarse a la institución, no le concedo la libertad condicional ni le solicito una nueva audiencia.
In addition, Ms. Berry, I don't think that it's just about anger. I think he is not demonstrating an ability to control all of his emotions because he was acting off of jealousy and a sense of entitlement with this victim because they have a child together, even though their relationship was over.
Yeah.
So I agree. He has 1.5 years left of his sentence, and the best thing he can do for himself and his daughter is to participate in programming, and he has to improve his behavior in order to do that.
Además, Larry, no creo que se trate solo de ira. Creo que no está demostrando capacidad para controlar sus emociones, ya que actuó movido por un sentimiento de superioridad hacia esta víctima y tiene una hija en común, aunque su relación, bueno, estoy de acuerdo con que le queda 1 año y medio de condena. Lo mejor que puede hacer por sí mismo y por su hija es participar en programas de reinserción social y para ello debe mejorar su comportamiento.
Mr. Zarkov, are you in agreement with the reasons for denial?
What do you have for reasons?
Ms. Berry just said, nature and circumstance, inadequate program participation, and poor institutional adjustment.
That works.
I would add that the offenses were committed while on probation, since, as you pointed out, he was so non-compliant.
Fine.
Please go ahead.
¿Okay? También los militares simplemente dijeron que la naturaleza y las circunstancias de su participación en el programa fueron inadecuadas para realizar ajustes institucionales y también añadiría que los delitos se cometieron mientras estaba en libertad condicional, ya que usted señaló su incumplimiento.
In the matter of Hector Moran, inmate number 444413, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. The nature and circumstances of your offenses being committed while you were on probation, your inadequate program participation, and your poor institutional adjustment. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, parole is denied.
Bien, también en el caso Morán, número 444413, se presenta una moción para denegarle la libertad condicional por las siguientes razones. Serían la naturaleza y circunstancias de sus delitos. El delito se cometió mientras estaba en la libertad condicional. Su participación en el programa es inadecuada y su deficiencia de adaptarse a la institución. Entonces, la moción aprobada por unánime se deniega.
This concludes the hearing for Hector Moran, inmate number 444413.
Esto incluye la audiencia de Héctor Morán en el caso principal número 444413.
You're all set, sir.
Ya sería todo, señor.
Está bien, muchas gracias, feliz día.
Thank you so much.
Wait a minute to go back. You have no movement, okay? Come on in, Perez.
Good morning.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Menard. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certified and reviewed all statutorily required documents, available pertinent information and preparation this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Alex Saka.
Panel Member Barry.
Also present is Nina Vasquez of the Office of Victim Services. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Luis Perez, Luis Samuel Perez, 341004.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Luis Perez, inmate number 341004. He is serving a sentence of 15 years jail with 10 years special parole for sexual assault in the first degree and sexual assault in the second degree. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of November 2nd, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the fatherhood program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for the sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Throughout these years that I've been incarcerated, I'm sure to know better that what I've done was wrong. I can't take it back. There's a time in life when you just, got to accept what was happening that I had, and just move forward in society, having the opportunity to prove myself in society will be the major thing. I will leave my old man behind and move forward, and do as best as I can with myself in society and my family.
Wow. Thanks, Mr. Perez.
Yes.
I'm hard pressed to appreciate why you didn't learn and change after your incarceration back in 2007.
Yes.
It was the same victim, right? That you're now serving a sentence for?
No.
You've got special parole because you were on probation.
Yes.
And that apparently didn't work. Didn't keep you from reoffending. How interesting that you have said nothing by way of an apology for the harm that your choices that were wrong did to the victim. Is there something you might choose to say at this time?
Yes, I'm always aware of my wrongdoing, and I do apologize for my family. I want to, work on that even better. There's a lot of things that always run through my mind. I can't leave that past behind because it's something that I have to move forward and thinking of what I've done in the past to, you know, to change a little bit of that. I do take, you know, accountability for everything of my whole action, and I do apologize sincerely to my family and my victims. There's a lot of things that I would like to do to show that, you know, and I definitely am aware, and I am apologizing. I am deeply sorrow on that part with them.
Okay. So what do you think the victims of your sexual offenses have endured as a result of your choices to harm them?
They endured a lot of not only treatment throughout life. When you do get sexual assaulted, you go through a lot. You know, you go through a whole change in view of yourself, the mental part of it, the not probably sleeping, not, you know, being able to be themselves like they used to be before. You always think about it. So there's a lot of things that goes with that, and there's a big ripple effect on it, not only for the victim, but for the whole family and for, you know, society and everything.
How about pain and suffering and trauma and an inability to trust other people, being afraid?
That's what I was talking about on the mental aspect of it, because you do be afraid. You don't want to trust nobody. You don't want to be close to nobody. You know, the hurt, the pain that they go through, the anxiety, So
Mr. Perez, you served 5 years for the illegal sexual contact conviction in 2007. Why would you reoffend victimizing a child again?
I do not want to blame nothing. I don't want to blame nothing. Like, I don't want to put blame on something else, because I do take responsibility. I do take responsibility for my actions, during those times. I'm
trying to understand why. Why are you violating children sexually?
During those times, I was in a downstate and I was always using a lot of drugs and everything. Throughout the whole times of using drugs, I was homeless for a while. Didn't really think of nothing else. Wasn't even really thinking of anything. I was just.
Well, you were obviously thinking about yourself. You were, these are very selfish acts.
Yes, of course they are. Of course, they are selfish, and I know this, and
they're criminal. You served a sentence before for the same kind of conduct, and you come out and you're on probation. You got 15 years of probation for that prior offense, and you resume the same behaviors. And were you in treatment at the time that you were violating your nephew?
Yes, I was in treatment, but I went back to my old ways and wasn't really, I was thinking about myself, but wasn't really, how can I explain this? I was in the down state, and I just thought about myself and thought about drugs, thought about sex, thought about all that. And I was selfish. Yes, I was selfish. Of course I was selfish.
So, Mr. Perez, you've said downstate twice now. I don't know that term. Are you talking about depression?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I was in a state where.
When have you ever taken responsibility for your mental health and addressed it with a professional?
Out there, I never did. I was not aware of going through the mental aspect of trying to look for help.
So were you
I
using
was
drugs
so
like cocaine to
yes,
deal with
yes.
your feelings? Uh-huh. Okay.
Yes, I was using cocaine, and then when the high went down, I just go into the depressive mode. I wanted to, I was doing so much that, I was raised in church where we know that if we commit suicide, we go to hell. But I was looking for the drugs to kill me for what I have done, for the things I was doing, for the things I was doing to harm people, for the things I was doing to harm myself.
Well, when you are back in the community, which you will be at some point next year, if not sooner, you will need to address your mental health. Where will you do
Yes.
that? Do you have a plan?
Yes, I do. I established a plan with my social worker here for mental health. I spoke to the doctor also who's treating me here, and I did ask for help. So they said it was going to do the proper, go through the proper channels to keep going, so I could get better help out there in the world.
So you don't have a name of an agency that you're going to go to for your mental health at this
Right
time?
now, no, because
Okay. But you know that you need to attend to that.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, these were not impulsive crimes on your part because you spent a lot of effort grooming the victims, the children that you victimized. What do you understand about grooming?
What I understand about grooming is, I guess, making them feel comfortable throughout the times. Trying to, I can't think of the word, but it's in that same manner, trying to making them feel comfortable for what I've done, for what I was about to do, grooming them and always making them, be around and things like that, I guess.
So you use the pornography to introduce to the victim what you wanted to do to the victim and hope that they'd be more comfortable and understand what you were going to do?
No, I never used no pornography.
Oh, yeah. That was part of it. You would isolate your victims, and you would ask them to keep your secret. Those are all parts of grooming.
Okay.
What did it feel like when the victim at sentencing referred to you as a monster? What did that feel like to you?
I deserved it. I still deserve it. I mean, there's nothing I could change to go back and try to do better and change that, but there's always to move ahead. I am a monster. I became a monster that.
To the victim, absolutely, yes. Because, you, this went on for a considerable amount of time. It happened when the victim was, 5 and 6 years old, and then again, when the victim was 14. So, as a child, that's a reasonable conclusion, because that's what you're afraid of. You're afraid of monsters. And obviously, the victim was afraid of you. What have you done in terms of problem sexual behavior treatment overall?
During the time of incarceration, I did, other programs, but I didn't do the sexual assault program due to the fact that the COVID had hit and there was nothing, but I was taking it in the community when I was there before, and I would like to continue with that.
Well, it's obvious that you need to,
Yes,
because you came out and you
yes,
reoffended.
yes.
Okay. I have no more questions. Panel Member Barry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Perez, I am pleased to hear you express remorse for your actions and also for your apologizing to your victim. I am concerned, though, about your level of responsibility in that you claim to accept full responsibility for your actions. But when you met with the parole officer, Menard, or I'm not sure, yes, in preparation for today, when he asked you what transpired between you and this victim, you told him that you were pleasuring yourself, that your nephew walked into the room and saw you, that you told him to leave, but he decided to stay, and then that you touched him.
Yes.
Is that still your position today?
I am not gonna lie, that is my first encounter. Yes, that was my first encounter. So I'm not gonna sit here and try to paint it another way. I'm not trying to do that. I am responsible for what I've done, but I'm not gonna also lie for what happened during that time, you know? So during that time, yes, I did told him to leave. Yes.
So wait, can I stop you, please, Mr. Perez?
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting because I'm seeking clarification. So when you're referring to your pleasuring yourself, were you talking about when this victim was 6 years old?
Yeah.
Okay. So then fast forward, you were convicted for your sexual assault that you were on probation for, and you were released from prison. And then you went back to, I'm assuming it's your brother-in-law or your sister's home, and then you resumed assaulting this child. What was the purpose or the reason that time?
That didn't happen right away. I was always staying away from the house. When I was during that time, even at the end, that was basically at the end when I first, when the sexual assault happened, was basically almost at the end of when I got arrested. That was when I was going through this depressive mode, going through drugs, going through a lot of things. I was homeless. I was down. I wasn't thinking about nothing.
I understand that, but there are lots of people that we see on a regular basis who self-medicate with illegal substances and with alcohol. Sometimes that really helps them, but they don't sexually abuse children. And so I'm curious to know, you're saying that you were in a depressive state and that you really felt like you were alone, is what I'm gathering. You're saying, but you had probation and you were going through the sex offender treatment out in the community. Why did you not share with them your concerns about your relapsing and your depression and all those things? You had resources.
I didn't know how to use my resources. Basically, I was scared. I know better now. Like I said before, I wasn't in that, I'm mature. I'm mature, and now I know and I can accept the responsibility, and now I know that I could actually go to somebody and actually ask for help and say everything that I have in within me. I'm not trying to take blame. Yes. So I'm aware of my offense. I am responsible for it. I became that monster. I'm still that monster in his eyes. But I cannot change that. Only thing that I could do is try to move forward with the hope of one day. I apologize, and no matter how much I apologize, and no matter how much I do things to right, it's always gonna be there. I can't take that back.
I understand that, but
All I can do is
I appreciate that, Mr. Perez. I'm sorry to cut you off because we have, I do have a few more questions for you before I have relinquished the hearing back to the panel chair. I know that you knew that what you were doing was wrong. And what made you so comfortable with assaulting this child that you continued to do it on numerous occasions in different locations? Do you have any kind of insight as to why you would, I guess, put to the back of your mind that this was what you were doing was wrong? You knew that, but yet continue in the actions?
I did continue. I know that it was wrong. I do take responsibility for it. When I do.
Mr. Perez, I understand that you, I do know that you knew that it was wrong and that you accept responsibility. I think that I've heard that. I'm asking you about why you wouldn't stop yourself from doing this if you knew that it was wrong.
So the effect of cocaine to me gets me sexually active. And when I drink and I do cocaine, I was sexually active to the point to put that away in my back of my head.
That's answer enough for me. I appreciate that.
Yes.
So the cocaine was the one that really kind of got you going. And so you just took advantage of anyone that was within hand's reach to satisfy for your own sexual gratification. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes.
And so that brings two issues for myself as a person reviewing your file and speaking with you about your potential early release, because in terms of suitability, you're telling us repeatedly that you struggled with abusing drugs to kind of suppress what you had been doing. And then you also said that you were drinking on top of that, but you haven't taken a program to address your substance abuse since you've been in the prison. And also, I think that you're struggling with trying to understand why you did what you did, because lots of people use drugs, Mr. Perez, but they don't sexually assault children. So there is an underlying issue that is going on with you that you need to address, and that could potentially be addressed in treatment for problem sexual behavior, which you again have not completed. God bless you. So those are two concerns for me. When you couple, the lack of program participation and your lack of insight into your actions because you haven't completed the programs, it's very difficult to say that you're suitable for discretionary parole when you haven't adequately prepared to return to the community. Okay.
Yes.
I do appreciate your discussion with me, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Matt.
Certainly, Mr. Sarkoff, any questions? All right, so at this point, Mr. Perez, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services, and we ask you now to talk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, board members. Had the opportunity to speak with the victim of the case, which he declined participation, however, wanted me to relate that he is opposing the release of Luis Perez on parole. In addition to that, I have several statements that family members have submitted and they would like for me to read on their behalf. The first one reads like this. Good morning, board members. Thank you for this opportunity of being able to address you. I am the mother of the victims of this case. Respectfully, I ask you to take into consideration the horrible experience that we had when we received the letter stating that he may be able to be released onto parole. On January 2012, I received a call from my son's school asking me to go to their office immediately. There, my son, initials DP, shared with the school social worker that he had been abused, and that is when I learned the horrible things that happened to him. In that moment, everything turned black, and our lives changed forever. Before the abuse started to happen, my son DP was a respectful, very intelligent, and a happy kid. In the last 13 years, he continues to meet with a therapist. However, even after all of his continued hard work, he still lives in fear. That fear has heightened even more now, knowing that he could be released onto parole. About a year later, after the offender was incarcerated, my daughter, KP, also disclosed that she was abused by Luis Perez. DCF was involved in all matters, and she was evaluated by the Children's Advocacy Center. I will never forget how she had to be in a room all by herself with a therapist, and I would watch via a double-sided mirror. The therapist came outside several times to share that she was not speaking about what happened to her. As a mother, my heart broke for a second time for her and my son. To learn now that he's not serving time for what he did to her breaks my heart. All of this has reopened wounds that were mended by a thread. I am going back to 13 years. I remember just like today when we were at the sentencing and hearing the judge asking 3 times if he was going to apologize to his brother, to me, to which he responded, "Only God knows why I did it." Hearing that statement, it made me feel furious, made me crumble, and I screamed. All the marshals had to come over to help me and help me calm myself. Even the judge got upset at his statement and stated that since he does not show no remorse for what he did, he was going to charge him with a maximum sentence. This marked me for life. This marked my family for life because he was still not showing responsibility for what he did. What really hurts me the most is the lack of remorse. It still exists to this day. He hasn't shown that he does not take full responsibility for his actions and all the harm that he has caused to my children, to my family. What he has done is to ask his mom, the grandmother of my children, to pressure us to forgive him. That is the way of manipulation. It reinforces that he has not changed his behavior of being a manipulator, and that represents that he is still a threat to us and society. It breaks my heart as a mom to see all of my 4 children continue to live with fear. Even after so many years, they ask me, what would happen if he comes back to hurt us? They still go to therapy. They support each other. We all take care of one another, and they still live with this fear, one that will never leave their mind, body, and soul. Their scars are deeply rooted into them, into us. For these reasons, I am opposed to any release that Luis Perez may be eligible for. Every day, I live with a constant reminder of what he did to my children, how he made them suffer, and how they continue to do so. It is a constant reminder of the constant pain, anger of knowing that my children are still suffering because of his actions, and to not take full responsibility for what he did. I respectfully ask the board members to take into consideration the seriousness of the harm and the impact that he has caused to my children, to us, to me, as a family, and the risk that he portrays to everyone. It is in my opinion that he should be denied parole. Thank you for the consideration of letting me express my sincerest fear and for considering our request. I trust that you, the board members, will make the right decision to do justice today and for the safety of my children and my family. Respectfully, Yaritza de Hoyos Hernandez, mom of DP and KP. The next statement reads like this. Good morning, board members. My name is NP, and I am the youngest sibling of DP and KP. I am writing to express the impact that the assault against my brother and my sister has had on them, on me, and on our entire family. I was in 4th grade when my brother finally came forward about what happened to him. 4th grade, when DCF sat me down, excuse me, and asked me questions no child should ever be asked. 4th grade, when I watched my father stop eating and my mother collapse to the living room floor in grief and disbelief. Those moments shaped my childhood, my understanding of safety, and our entire family's sense of stability. My brother has always hidden his emotions well. On the outside, he is overly goofy, outgoing, and full of energy. But now I understand that sometimes people act the happiest when they are breaking inside. He has never been able to speak about what happened to him and avoids it at all costs just to keep moving forward. Excuse me. Growing up, he was anxious and overly protective, especially of his younger siblings. Looking back, I can't help but wonder if he felt the need to protect us from the person who once hurt him. But what stands out the most is his bravery. Despite being just a child, my brother sought help. He spoke up and trusted the system to protect him from the man who raped him. Only 15% of boys report sexual assault to the police, and my brother is part of that 15%. That kind of courage is rare, especially in a child who was carrying so much pain. I admire him deeply for that. Excuse me. What makes this even harder to accept is that the man who did this to my brother was already in jail for a similar assault in 2001 and returned for the same crime again. How many chances can someone like that be given? How many children need to have their innocence stolen before it becomes clear he is danger to society? Allowing him to walk free again puts another child at risk. He has proven more than once that he is willing to harm children. And despite everything he did, he was never sentenced for raping my sister. Growing up, my sister, initials KP, always seemed to be distant and sad. She carried an anger and sorrow none of us understood at that time. When I learned she had been raped at a young age, suddenly her pain made sense. The withdrawal, the sadness behind her eyes, the way she seemed lost in a world that didn't understand her cries for help. I was in 5th grade when my sister didn't come home from school because she had attempted suicide. She spent weeks in the hospital recovering. For weeks, I secretly caught glances at her arms for fresh cuts, worried constantly if she was going to be okay, and tried to comfort her through her panic attacks triggered by even the sound or mention of her attacker's name. She fought to survive, literally. She spent years in therapy working to heal wounds that never should have existed. Despite not receiving justice, my sister has worked incredibly hard to rebuild her life. She has fought through depression, trauma, and fear. She has found the strength to laugh again, to love again, and to create a future for herself. But her resilience does not erase the pain or the fact that the man who stole her childhood has never been held accountable for what he did to her. My sister matters. Her voice matters. Her pain matters. She trusted the court to protect her, to hear her, and to finally give her the justice she deserved years ago. I am asking that justice be given to her now, for her safety, her peace of mind, and the message it sends to survivors who come forward. Because of her deep depression, it was often hard to connect with her as we grew up. I missed out on the kind of bond siblings should have, and I blame the person who took that away from us. The person who silenced her and my brother. It changed them. The trauma altered them. None of us could fully understand what was happening, but we all felt the weight of it in our home. I watched how my family fell apart under the pain. My father couldn't eat or get out of bed. My mother cried at night. I was left trying to make sense of a world that suddenly felt unsafe and unfair. Those years shaped who I am. They made me grow up too fast and carry emotions a child should never have to feel. Both my brother and sister were innocent children. They deserved safety. They deserved love and protection. Not trauma, not fear, not scars that follow them into adulthood. The man who hurt them was already shown The man who hurt them has already shown what he is capable of. He does not deserve another opportunity to harm anyone else. Please keep him behind bars. My brother deserves peace. My sister deserves justice. Our family deserves closure. Thank you, board members, for giving me the opportunity to speak for my family. Respectfully, NP. I have one more statement to read. The victim of this case is aware that today's hearing is not about what happened to her. However, she wanted the board members to know how the effects that Luis Perez caused on her continues to this day to hurt her. Would it be okay, board members and chairwoman, to read that statement on her behalf?
No objections. I don't have any item.
Thank you. Dear board members, my name is KP, and this statement comes from a place inside me that has been hurting for most of my life. These words are heavy, but they are my truth, a truth I carried alone for years. The abuse began when I was 5 years old. 5. At that age, I didn't even understand the world yet. I didn't know right from wrong. I didn't know that someone who was supposed to love me could hurt me so deeply. When he went to jail, I felt for the first time a little bit of safety. I remember feeling like maybe the nightmare was finally over. But when he came out and the abuse started again, it crushed me in a way I can still feel today. It felt like the world was telling me that I didn't matter, that my safety didn't matter, that my pain didn't matter. From 5 to 12, I lived in fear no child should ever know. I learned how to hide my emotions, to hold my breath, to stay small and quiet. I learned to carry shame that was never mine to carry. I was just a little girl who wanted to be safe. And instead, I was living through something that stole my childhood piece by piece. The trauma grew inside me like something that wanted to swallow me whole. By 14, the pain was so overwhelming that I tried to kill myself. I didn't feel like a person. I felt like a shadow of someone who had already been destroyed. I thought ending my life was the only way to escape the memories that haunted me every day. No child should ever reach that level of pain, but his actions pushed me there. Even now, as an adult, his abuse still lives in me. It hits me in moments I don't expect. Some mornings I wake up and feel the same heaviness I felt as a child. Some nights I lie awake because my mind will stop replaying moments I never asked to remember. Sometimes the fear shows up out of nowhere, tightening my chest, making me feel like that scared little girl again. I will struggle with trust. I still question my worth. I still fight the inner voice that tells me I'm broken, even though I knew I didn't deserve any of what was done to me. It affects everything. My relationships, because part of me is always waiting for someone to hurt me. My self-esteem, because his actions taught me to feel ashamed of a body that was never safe. My sense of safety, because even as an adult, I can't fully relax or feel protected the way others do. My future, because the trauma shaped the person I became before I even had a chance to choose who I wanted to be. The truth is, he didn't just take my childhood. He took the version of me that could have existed without pain. I grieve that little girl. I grieve the life she could have had. And I live every day trying to rebuild myself from the pieces he left behind. I am speaking now because I spent too many years silent. I want the court and the board members to know what happened to me isn't something that I just got over. It isn't something I left in the past. It shaped my entire life. I'm still healing from wounds he caused decades ago. I deserve justice. I deserve acknowledgement. I deserve peace. Thank you for listening to the truth I have held inside for so long. Respectfully, KP. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members. This is all that I have for this case.
We thank all the victims and family members for the powerful input and reflections that they shared with us today and their courage doing so. Okay, so at this time, Mr. Perez, we're going to discuss your case. Please just give us a few minutes. I think it's pretty obvious to each of us that Mr. Perez is not suitable. The disturbing, repetitive nature of his choices to victimize children sexually, supported by a host of grooming activities, is disturbing. Additionally disturbing is that he could have served a sentence, did serve a sentence for such crimes, came out, was on probation, in treatment, and re-victimizing children, specifically DP. It's just unfathomable. The idea that he was on probation and didn't know how to use his resources as an adult is something I struggle with. I am pleased that he does have 10 years of special parole. He'll be on the sex offender registry for the rest of his life. And I think those are important guardrails to be in place as he transitions next year out of incarceration and back into the community. He will be supervised, of course, by the special management unit for the nature of his crimes. So I would motion to deny Mr. Perez for his criminal history, the nature and circumstances of his offenses, the injury and impact caused to the victim and the victim's family, and his poor performance on community release. Are you in agreement? Ms. Berry? Yes. Okay. So for his conditions for special parole, I have obviously problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors, a restriction on pornography, a mental health evaluation and treatment, halfway house placement, and no contact with victims DP and KP and their family, JD and NP. Are you good with those?
Yes, he also has to go to Puerto Rico, so I would add the interstate.
Okay, so in the matter of Luis Perez, inmate number 341004, There is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, the nature and circumstances of your offenses, the injury and impact you caused to the victims and the victim's family, and your poor performance on community release. I further move to set the following conditions for your special parole supervision: problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, no contact with minors, restriction on pornography, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, no contact with victims DP and KP and their family, JD and NP, and halfway house placement as well as parole to interstate, specifically Puerto Rico. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is denied.
All right. Thank you for your time. Amy?
You're all set, sir. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Okay, just making sure that they didn't want you to go over stuff.
Come on. Hello.
Yep, you're welcome.
Mr. Cadrani,
Yes, hello.
do you have a statement written that you want to read to us?
No,
Okay,
I wasn't aware that I could do that.
that's fine.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Renard. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Good morning, Alex Tuckoff.
Good morning, panel member Barry.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Noah Riley Cadrain, 428878.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Noah Cadrain, inmate number 428878. He is serving a sentence of 36 months jail class sentence for violation of probation with the underlying offense of violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 7th, 2025. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed. It shows the offender has completed the domestic violence program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, I'm trying to get back to work. I believe that I have a few companies that are willing to hire me. I was looking for work when I was out for a couple of months between the last time frame I served last year and the current one that I'm serving. And I believe that it would benefit me most if I was able to start working sooner than later. As it makes me happy, it makes me comfortable. I don't like to sit around and not do anything. It's difficult for me. I do want to stress to you that I am trying to work for the state or the FBI or CIA. It's something that I personally like to do. It's comforting knowing that I can give back.
We
to the
did read
state.
about that, Mr. Cadrain. The question that was posed to you is, why do you deserve parole?
Oh, why do I deserve
Not why you
parole?
want it.
Yes, I actually had a situation that was 5432 where individuals collectively collaborated to make me not able to make my court date, and also were threatening to abuse me, to miss my parole or probation meeting. And it upset me most because I wasn't able to be regranted probation. So I believe I deserve parole because it would give me the opportunity to serve the rest of my time and be a productive part of society.
Okay, well, sir, we're going to ask you questions based on the documents that were available to us. And we'll attempt to determine your suitability to complete your sentence out in the community on parole, having violated probation when you were last in the community. We'll begin with my colleague panel member Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Cadrain, I appreciate your opening comments. I'm not sure what a 354, whatever number you called off is. And I honestly am not really interested in knowing. I'm happy to see that you completed the domestic violence program. I would have liked to see you complete a substance abuse program. Do you know how far down the list your name is?
On the treatment wise, I have no idea anything about that information. I know that I am currently on the methadone program and I was successful before. I stay in treatment in the community. It's not an interest of mine to utilize drugs anymore. I'm trying to utilize substances that prevent me from utilizing. I usually use Suboxone in the community because it has naltrexone, which prevents you from being able to use other substances. And that helps me stay sober in the right mind. And I personally think
I can appreciate your personal referencing, and I also can go ahead, sir.
Sorry, the treatment programs, I've actually gone to Wheeler Clinic and Rushford, and I was so successful, they actually wanted to offer me a program where I could actually work for 6 months, or no, 6 weeks, and then I'd be paid and entered into the Wheeler Clinic community. And I turned it down at the time because I was still using in the past. This was in 2019. And I actually have interest in working with case management, and Wheeler Clinic was a good company. I do think that it would be something that would prevent me from working normally though. I don't normally like being in those groups because I miss time to go to work, as it takes multiple days out of the week. And I did find it difficult when I was utilizing the phone. It was something where I actually had missed a meeting that I need to make for the domestic violence. That's why I utilized the domestic violence program in prison. And, you know, I don't want to make any mistakes by missing any meetings. So my mother's even willing to help me get a car this time around, which is good. So if I do end up needing meetings, I will make them. Wheeler Clinic was a good
Mr.
community, though.
Cadrain, can you please stop? Can you just give me, because what you're saying to me is very, very concerning. You're using words like if I, and I would prefer, and I don't want to go to meetings if I'm going to miss work, and all those things are very concerning to me because
I definitely will go to meetings.
I understand that. Thank you. I'm saying that because you have a drug score of 5, That's the highest that DOC has for people who struggle with substance abuse. And that means that you have a very serious problem. You said to us that you have participated in treatment at Wheeler's Clinic in Rushford, and our records indicate that you were unsatisfactorily discharged because you were not going to treatment, which is a reason why you violated your probation. Also, while I can appreciate your being in the medicated assistance program, I believe that given your substance abuse history and the level at which DOC has evaluated your substance abuse problem, your participating in treatment in the facility would be essential prior to my feeling comfortable holding you out to parole. So
personally, I would like to go to meetings. I remember there was a comment from a woman who was working for case management at Garner, and she actually promoted that I didn't need it. But regarding the level 5, I don't know why they gave me such a high score. You know, not participating in any illicit or illegal activities. You know, I do think that if you think it's important, I like being sociable in communities that hold me together for structural support communities. And, you know, I think Wheeler was satisfactory for me in the past. If it's something that you suggest, I can definitely integrate it into my work and my time frames. I had just mentioned that it's something that gets in the way of work. And I guess I'm just antsy and want to do something with myself, you know? So I didn't mean to make it look like I'm not interested.
Well, I don't think that you made it seem like you weren't interested. I think that when you say things like, if I am required to, it really doesn't show us that you are putting your sobriety first. And based on my review of your file, your score is a 5 because you were using cocaine, heroin, and fentanyl on a daily basis. And those are some very serious drugs to kind of to have to try to kick. And it looks like you've been using drugs since 2018 or a little before.
I was using drugs before. I got hit by a car actually when I was a teenager. And, you know, that was an issue. But in the past 5 years, I've been putting myself through treatment. So I feel successful, honestly.
Yeah, well, according to the treatment facilities, though, you weren't successful, sir. So
the issue that I had with Wheeler was actually that I actually missed a meeting over the phone, and it was for drug treatment. And it actually was an issue for them to where they actually kicked me out of the program. And it was during the time frame where Corona was having us utilize the phones, and it was difficult for me.
I can appreciate that, Mr. Cadrain, and I just hope that you know, whatever resources you are provided when you are released out into the community, that you really try to utilize that help. This time, sir, you're serving a flat sentence because you haven't done well on probation during previous releases out into the community. And so your sentence this time is just flat. And it would appear, at least my review of your file, it would appear that your probation officer was really trying to work with you to try to get you the help that you needed. But I guess that you were utilizing drugs then and not really able to focus on remaining clean and sober. So I'm hoping that this time, I don't see any tickets this time for intoxication. So no. You're not using while you're in the facility. So I'm hoping that will give you a step up this time when you're released out into the community so that you can try to stay clean and sober. That is all the questions that I have for you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Farquhar.
No questions.
Okay. So Mr. Cadrain, I did read about your aspirations with the FBI or CIA or even being a police officer. You do understand that you're a convicted felon. So that's going to be very difficult to achieve.
I had actually agreed to missing court and a pardon, which had marked me as a felon.
No, your violation of a protective order marked you as a felon.
Oh, well, there's that.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah. So, why is it that you want these jobs?
Well, I've been working with a couple people in the community who are showing me things that I personally didn't know. And, you know, throughout the time frames in between my court case, I actually am interested in working with people. And it's a goal of mine, you know.
Okay. Well, you're only 28, but I'm not sure that that's a realistic expectation.
Well, I've worked with FAZ in the past. It's like it was a underground military company in Connecticut, and it was actually against illegal drugs in the community. And
was that pre-COVID?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you weren't a convicted felon then. So that probably changes everything. And I do want you to know that the violation of probation arrest warrant that we have, you failed to report to probation 8 times between February and August of 2022. And we came out of COVID in the winter of 2022. So that's springtime. So there really was no reason why you weren't reporting other than that you just didn't want to. So we're done with the questions at this point. I'm counted on the arrest warrant, sir. We're done with the questions, so give us just a few minutes to discuss. Please don't interrupt.
Yes.
Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Cadrain does have a limited criminal history. It does appear to be indicative of a person who struggles with substance abuse. He reports having some support in the community, but even with the assistance of probation, he still struggled to maintain his sobriety and stay out of trouble. He rates out as a moderate risk to recidivate, but has not completed any programs to address any of his substance abuse needs. I would have liked to see some cognitive behavioral treatment, and a substance abuse treatment. So I do not believe that Mr. Cadrain is a suitable candidate here today. I do not believe that he has adequately prepared to return to the community. I do realize that he is serving a flat sentence, but it does appear that he is halfway house approved, so he will have some supervision should we decide to deny his discretionary parole. But my position here today is to deny him without a new hearing.
Mr. Kirkle. Okay, so your reasons would be?
Inadequate program participation and inadequate evidence of offender change. I also have his offense, that's
poor performance on community release
or
probation.
That's fine.
Okay. Are you okay with those?
Yeah.
All right. So in the matter of Noah Cadrain, inmate number 428878, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change, and your poor performance while on probation. Do I have a second?
There is a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries and parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing for Noah Cadrain, inmate number 4287. All set.
We're done, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So denied?
Yes. Morning, my name is Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2005. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify that all statutory required documents and bill for information regulations.
Nancy Turner.
Alex Tucker.
Panel Member Barry.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Stephen Flowers, 281-291, inmate number.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Stephen Flowers, inmate number 281-291. He is serving a sentence of 8 years execution suspended after 30 months jail and 3 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm and violation of probation with an underlying offense for possession of a firearm. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 1st, 2025. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed. It shows the offender has not completed any programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning. Honestly, I was gonna waive parole, but I just came down here to see if I had an opportunity to get back to my kids a little earlier. And I told the guy I take full responsibility for anything that happened with my actions. And you know, I would really appreciate it if you give me an opportunity to get back out there. I don't have that long left. You know, but I came down to see. I really appreciate it if you give me a chance to get out there to my mother and my kids. That's all I ask.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Flowers. You know how this process works. We're going to begin questions with my colleague, Mr. Sarko.
Good morning, Mr. Flowers.
Good morning.
So why did you have a gun?
I couldn't hear you.
Why did you have a gun?
Honestly, I didn't. But because I had knowledge of it in the car, you know, and my lawyer got me a good deal. I just took the weight for it. And I told him I'd take responsibility for it. And that's what I did.
Okay, so you mentioned in your opening statement that you take full responsibility, but you don't really take full responsibility for this one. You accept the charge, but are you saying you didn't do it? It wasn't yours?
Absolutely. Nope.
Okay, what about the underlying offense, where you also were in possession of a gun? Was that not yours either?
That was mine.
All right, talk to me about the tickets you received. You have 5 total and 1 just last month.
Uh-huh.
What was that ticket for? What was that ticket for, the last one?
Which one is say? What did it say?
Did you receive a ticket last month?
For the tablet?
What was it for?
For a tablet.
I think it was for refusing to give a urine sample.
Oh, no, I ain't refused. I didn't refuse. They told me I had 3 hours to give a specimen. They left me here longer than 3 hours. So when I asked him to pee, he told me, no, it's been 3 hours already. They was taking me to say. So I didn't refuse.
Okay, what about other tickets? You had one for fighting in May?
Yeah. The fighting ticket, I was breaking the fight up. And here you can't do that. So it was one of my friends getting into an altercation. I tried to defuse it and we all went to SAG for it.
right? And you have not completed any programs in the facility that's incarceration, right?
No.
Probably because of the tickets that you keep getting.
No, it's because I wasn't sentenced at first. I was just sitting in jail with the bond, and then when I got sentenced and got moved here, I guess they go by whoever's on the list. But I
Well,
ain't
you was
no
sentenced
program.
a year ago, right?
Huh?
A year ago? You were sentenced about a year ago.
No, that was the probation hearing. I still wasn't sentenced for the firearm yet. They sentenced me for the probation, but I still was they still had me in McDougal unsentenced for the gun charge. So it's like they sentenced me to the hearing, but I was still unsentenced because of the firearm.
Okay, but you know the tickets that you're getting are not helping you get into programs, right?
I understand that. But that's what I was saying. Some of the tickets that I received, I was unsentenced, to my knowledge. So I don't know.
Are there programs that you think would be helpful to you?
Honestly, I did majority of the programs that they have in NDOC because of me being incarcerated a lot. I don't think the programs will help. You know, I just be truthful with myself. You know, I'm 41 years old. I don't have a reason to come in here and tell y'all a story. This is the last time y'all gonna see me, period. And I appreciate anything that y'all do, regardless to how it go.
If the programs are not helpful, then what would be helpful to you? How do you stay successful in the community?
My kids and my mom. That's all I got.
All right, well, thank you for answering my questions. I think that's all I have, Chair.
Mr. Flowers, your kids are in North Carolina?
Yes, one of them. My daughter and my son's up here with me.
You've been around long enough. This is your 5th period of incarceration. You know that there's no distinction made between DRs that you get before you're sentenced and DRs you get after you're sentenced. You've read the inmate handbook. You know what the rules are.
I understand.
Okay. All right. Do you know that you've been designated a serious firearm offender?
No.
Judge told you that at court. And that's because of your record. So any cases that you get convictions for going forward are just going to be longer and longer because of that designation.
Honestly, I don't see myself coming back here. I've been getting in trouble.
Sure, Mr. Flowers, but didn't you say that to yourself 10 years ago?
But I was lying.
Okay, well.
Lying to myself.
And I hope you find a way to at least look yourself in the mirror and be honest. It was interesting because you told the parole officer that you didn't think your sentence was fair, but then you just told us your lawyer got you a good deal.
Because it's not fair when somebody's painting a picture of you for something already, and regardless of how you look at it, they already was trying to say I was guilty of the firearm. I didn't have it. The police video show I didn't have it. It clearly showed this man pulling it off his waistband, trying to get rid of it. That's all in the police report.
He was in the car. There was no video showing it coming off his waistband. And in fact, he told the police you picked him up from the hospital, so he couldn't have been at the hospital with a gun. And then when the cops,
know that, miss.
How could you say that? Police report.
That's a lie.
Interviewed in the police. Oh, okay.
That's a lie. Listen, I was gonna waive parole. I don't have a reason to come down here and lie to you about anything. I came down here to be truthful with you, and I'm telling you the truth.
I'm sorry. I'm going to give credibility to the police report because they were the ones that found the gun after you told your passenger to throw it out the car.
Listen, miss, I didn't have no gun. And they got me in here for something I didn't do. I took responsibility for it because I had knowledge of what was going on.
Yeah,
And
you
I
knew
knew
the gun
the
was in the
situation.
car. You knew the gun was in the car,
His
right?
car registered to him
You were driving.
because he was picked up from the hospital. The brother he was sick. He was sick.
Okay. Well, it's a shame that he didn't come forward and spare you this period
Absolutely.
of incarceration.
Absolutely.
So you were on both special parole and probation when this happened. So you weren't
No.
even being more cautious and careful about who you were hanging with and what was around you?
Absolutely I was. But I can't control if somebody's hiding something from me or they're not telling me something at the moment. You understand? So
maybe it boils down to picking your friends more carefully.
absolutely.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I don't have no friends.
Why'd you have a sawed-off shotgun?
You said what? I'm not
Why
aiming for
did
that,
you-
miss.
It's your 2022 conviction that your probation was violated. It's the underlying crime. I'm certainly entitled to ask you about anything in your criminal history.
Absolutely.
So why did you have a sawed-off shotgun?
It was in the room where I was staying at. And the room was in my family name, so I took responsibility for everything in the room. That's why I had it.
Panel member Barry, any questions for Mr. Flowers?
I don't, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so that wraps up the questions. Give us just a minute. Mr. Zarkov?
Mr. Flowers rates very high for risk of recidivism. He has a long criminal history. He was on probation and special parole. He committed this offense of possession of a criminal possession of a weapon. He said the gun was not his, but the fact of the matter is he was convicted of this offense, and his underlying offense is also criminal possession of a firearm. But there's a pattern there. His alcohol and drug scores 4, not been able to take an addiction services program, probably because he keeps getting tickets. He has 5 tickets, including one for fighting.
6 tickets.
6 tickets total. This one. I do not find him suitable. Says he's not coming back to prison. I hope he's right, but it's a no for me today.
Ms. Berry?
I do not find Mr. Flowers suitable for it either. And I will be voting to deny discretionary vote.
Okay. Might I suggest criminal history? Offenses committed while on special parole and probation, inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change?
Traditional adjustment.
Okay. Are you accepting of those?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the matter of Stephen Flowers, inmate number 281-291, let the record reflect Mr. Flowers is leaving the room as the board is making its motion. Inmate number 281-291, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. His criminal history, his offense is being committed while both on probation and special parole, his poor institutional adjustment, and his inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied.
Flowers to make 281.
You're all set. Go back, Thomas.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, Alan Stuckoff.
Hannah Member Barry, good morning.
Good morning,
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Kyle Godin, 423-496.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kyle Godin, inmate number 423-496. He is serving a sentence of 7 years, execution suspended after 3.5 years jail, with 3,603 days of probation for violation of probation with an underlying offense of sexual assault. Second, as of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 22nd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed any programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I have a letter that I wrote. First and foremost, I'd like to start by saying thank you for considering me for an opportunity to be released home early to my family. If released, the first and most important thing I want to focus on is my sobriety. I want to catch up on my appointments and go to the methadone clinic. I'm also attending AA meetings while in jail and have successfully completed the Tier 1 program. I'm going to be looking for weekly NA groups when I get out, and I've been on the waiting list for a job as a tierman for a while, but there was an issue a month ago where I was sent to RHU and received a ticket. I signed a form and not knowing what it meant, and the lieutenants told me that I was waiting for the FOI liaison to get back to me with the information. I tried getting into more groups when I was at McDougal, and they said that the list was priority and I was on the wait list. When I come home, I plan on continuing my passion and getting a job as a cook. I have a very good history, and I've been a banquet cook and a country club, and I just want to get back out there to my family and community.
All right, thanks, Mr. Gooden. So what, why do you choose to abuse the drugs that you've become addicted to?
I mean, I could give you a lot of reasons, but I can honestly sit here and say I've used drugs to cope, and they made me feel a way that I guess certain medications, like, I guess I would say I like the way it made me feel in, I guess, bad times. You know, with my grandmother passing away and my father passed away, I used drugs to basically suppress my feelings.
Okay. Have you taken the time to grieve those losses?
I mean, not as much being incarcerated, but you know, when I was home, I was going to the cemetery, and my brother has my grandmother's ashes, so you know that's close to home. So I do have time to grieve and stuff.
When you were interviewed, you know, your hearing was supposed to be in October when you were at McDougal. So when you were interviewed by Officer Torres, and she asked you about your plan for recovery, you said you were thinking about NA. So now your plan is to go weekly?
Yes. Well, so you know, I was new to the whole meeting thing. I was kind of nervous about raising my hand, you know, sharing my story, but as I started going more and more, I realized you don't have to get up every time and say something, you know, you can sit back and listen or stuff like that. So, you know, it's something I feel like that when I'm home looking for a job in my free time, I don't want to have free time to go do nonsense and bad stuff. I'd rather utilize my time to, you know, learn more about recovery and try to fix myself.
Recovery is a journey. So there's, you know, there isn't really a fix. It's something that you work on every day, sometimes every hour of every day, to choose to live clean and sober. So you've not done NA in the community before?
No, I've gone to one of them, like one or two of them when I was in the community, but I was also actively in addiction. So it was.
Okay. So what do you know about the 12 steps?
Nothing really.
Well, the 12 steps are the underpinning of NA and AA. And it's the mechanism, it's the how you work on yourself is by working the 12 steps, and you get to step 12 and you start all over again.
Yeah.
And, you know, you work the 12 steps with a sponsor. You know, you can go to meetings that are specifically step meetings where they focus on one step at a time.
Yes, yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and you can go to all male meetings. You can go to speaker meetings. So they have a variety, and you really should explore everything that's in the Madison area where you want to sponsor to find your home meeting, the one that you go to most regularly. Have you ever heard of the expression 90 and 90?
No.
Okay, so that's going to 90 meetings your first 90 days back in the community. And that would mean going to a couple times in one day.
Yeah.
And it's a good way to ground yourself in the program and to meet others in recovery and to start looking for someone to ask to be your sponsor.
Yeah, to build a foundation.
Yeah. You know, especially if you're sitting here telling us that sobriety is your number one priority.
Yes.
You know, then you got to dive right in and, you know, you're not eligible until January. So get a copy of the 12 steps and start writing them out and, you know, get busy.
Yeah.
Since you clearly aren't doing programming. So the last time you were in the community, you didn't finish problem sexual behavior treatment, so you're gonna need to do that again.
Yes.
Uh-huh. You really struggled on discretionary parole in the past. Really, technical violations. Why was parole hard for you?
Well, I don't want to say parole was hard. I felt like after doing that 2.5 years, I felt like I missed out on something and I was trying to catch up, and I basically tripped over my own 2 feet and relapsed, and that's how I caught the technical violations.
What were you what were you trying to catch up on? Drug use? Recreation? Just partying?
No, I felt like, within like being incarcerated for that 2.5 years, like I missed out on like family stuff. I had nieces were born, nephew, I've had family members pass away, births, deaths. So there was so much stuff I was trying to catch up on. I wasn't focused on myself.
Okay. Do you celebrate these new arrivals and these departures? We already heard about the departures with drugs.
I mean, I try not to, but if obviously, that's been a coping mechanism for so long that obviously that's where my mind goes to first. But then, I have a good support system, my mom and my girlfriend, I can try to talk to them and say, hey, I'm feeling this way right now. I want to get high, or,
Are they living in recovery? Anybody in your family?
No, my dad, he was an alcoholic, but he passed away.
Okay.
So,
So that's why NA is so important, because you really want to be able to turn to a sponsor or a meeting when you're thinking about picking up, or you're having the cravings or feelings that you want to suppress, because you need to talk to people who know that struggle, right? They can identify when your thinking's going south and get you to a meeting and talk you through it.
Yeah.
Whereas your family might be well-intentioned, but they don't understand addiction.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have some domestic violence issues. You have some relationship problems. You have a very diversified criminal portfolio, if I can put it that way. You have had some struggles there while incarcerated. Why are you in prison using K2?
And that's what I wanted to speak upon, with what I said in my letter. There was a ticket that said I was positive for it. I signed a form. They asked for my help with the investigation with another situation, and I signed a paper, and it was a voluntary admission form, basically stating that the urine was positive. But that's why I wrote to the FOI liaison to get the evidence that the cup does say that the urine is clean. It only says it's positive for methadone, which I'm prescribed. So I wanted to try to get that proof. I was trying to get that proof for you guys before I came today, but.
Well, this was about something they found in your cell that you wouldn't take ownership of.
Yeah, that was
positive for K2.
Yeah, that was back in February. He tried to.
No, it was January. February was your refusing housing.
Yes, people were bullying me about my charges, so I didn't feel safe where I was. So I basically packed myself up before I got hurt. But yeah, so they found something in my cell and they wanted me to take ownership of it, and I told them it wasn't mine, but they said it was in my designated area, so I had to take ownership of it. I mean, it's my cell. I should have been aware of everything that was in the cell with me and my cellmate, but.
Well, yeah, you have probation, almost 9 years of it to follow this sentence. You have 3.5 years of this sentence over your head when you go out. You have a standing criminal protective order until the year 2068. And you're on the sex offender registry until the year 2030. So you have a lot of responsibilities that you're going to need to manage. And you're 27 now, so you know your brain is fully developed. You're an adult, and you need to meet those responsibilities. And the best way to do that is clean and sober. So I wish you much success. Panel member Barry.
I'm looking. I'm not sure. Mr. Godin, it appears that you were released from parole in January of 2023, and then you were readmitted again on 3/2/23.
Yeah, he tested positive for fentanyl on 2/5/23.
And so it looks like you had a court date though. So there was some kind of outside charge there that was either nollied or, you know.
It was a violation of probation. They gave me that, and then in June, it was a special violation of probation I had copped out to, and that's what I initially violated.
And then you came back again in August for pretty much the same thing. You took all the programs that should have helped you prior to your being released. Well, on discretionary parole, I was on your prior panel that voted in support of your early release because we thought that you'd adequately prepared. It's very disheartening to see you back here struggling with the same thing that you were when you came in the first time. You know, your record right now is 0 for 4. Did you know that?
Is what?
That's how many? 0 for 4. That's how many times you violated your supervision. Yeah. It's. I don't know. What do you think you need, sir, to be successful when you're released?
To be honest, I feel like I needed a new surrounding because I was in New Haven. I was, I was in a bad area, and where I'm going home to now isn't the same as, I guess you could say environment wise, but it's at the end of the day, it's all about me. I gotta want it. I want to stay sober. I have a lot that I want to fight for now. Like she said, I am 27, I'm almost going to be 30. I gotta get my life together. You know what I mean? I don't want to keep making this a repetitive cycle.
Well, it really is up to you, and it really depends on the choices that you make because drugs are everywhere. And if that's something that you want, you'll find it. And Madison's not very far from New Haven. Yeah. So, I mean, I applaud you for trying to, take yourself out of that situation, but it's your decisions.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I really don't have anything else. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Mr. Zarkoff.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, so we're done with the questions, Mr. Godin. You've completed treatment. Well, let me redirect. So Mr. Godin has completed treatment in the community before, yet his addiction persists and seems to be his undoing. I'm glad to hear that he's prioritizing his recovery. As I imagine, his abuse of substances played a significant role in some of the crimes that he's committed. It's distressing that he is back before us with so many DRs. And, that does interfere with his ability to take the programs again. And he still has many on his OAP that go uncompleted. So I do not have Mr. Godin granted. I'm not finding him suitable between the poor institutional adjustment, the inadequate program participation, and his criminal history. It would not be voting for discretionary parole today. Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too do not believe that Mr. Godin is suitable for discretionary parole, just for many of the same reasons that you discussed. And I would add that there is, while I can hear him saying that he desires to do these things, I don't really see very much evidence to support the change that he's saying that he has made. So for me, it is a denial as well. Thank you. Mr. Zarko?
I agree with both of you have stated. I'm not going to be supporting this discussion for today, but I will be open to potential rehear. And the sentence is not until August 27th, but certainly not today.
What are your thoughts about that?
I honestly did not have him coming back for a rehear. I wanted to see how he presented today. And I was really concerned about his continued substance abuse in the facility. And while I appreciate his saying that his DR meant that his urine was clean, we don't have any proof of that. So for us, the intox ticket that he received on 1010 stands. And if that were the case, I would like to see him be clean and sober for at least a year from his last ticket. And he hasn't done well before. And I mean, almost immediately, 9 misconducts, 9 drug admissions, 4 parole violations. It seems like he doesn't do well with supervision. So that's really why I hadn't entertained a rehear, but I won't say that I'm opposed.
I share your ambivalence. You know, the idea of a rehear for me would be just to incentivize him. And the only thing we can incentivize him around is his behavior. You know, so if we brought him back in December of next year and he hadn't had any DRs and had completed some of the programs, not all of them on his OAP, he'd be well positioned. He'd be, you know, gifted with 6 months out on discretionary parole before beginning a very long period of probation. So that would be the most that I could do.
And I wouldn't be opposed to it.
That's what I had about a year or so, December.
Okay. So for now, we'll go with inadequate program participation and poor institutional adjustment.
That was fine.
So in the matter of Kyle Godin, inmate number 423496, there's motion to deny parole at this time due to your inadequate program participation and your poor institutional adjustment. I further move to rehear you in December of 2026 with the recommendation that you not get any additional disciplinary reports and that you complete positive programming, those things on your OAP, and continue with your efforts around your recovery. We want to hear a robust relapse prevention plan when you come back before the board next year. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll see you next December.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Happy holidays.
It's here.
Yeah, then, better than getting out, right? Even. I've seen my boss.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Renard. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2025, and this is a hearing. The board of Parole. All the board members are present this evening by standing. Certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, Alex Starkov.
Panel member Barry.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Evan Hand, 248214.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kevin Fenton, inmate number 248214. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 6 years jail with 5 years probation for criminal possession of intent to sell/distribute narcotics. 2 counts is conspiracy to sell narcotic substance, sales of narcotic substance, larceny first, engaging police in pursuit, evading responsibility, and failure to appear second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 6, 2024. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has included voices in tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
You have something to tell us or read?
I came prepared like with my, my certificates and everything that I've done since I've been incarcerated. Why I feel like I should be granted parole, or I asked to be granted parole, is because although I have a criminal history, this time, like, I learned a lot from these 4 years being incarcerated. I went through a lot of stuff, lost a few family members, close friends, and even went through, a situation with my paid lawyer, just trying to get my jail credit and being patient through everything with that. So I'm just here, just trying to get a chance from you guys to go out there to society and do better. I take accountability for my actions, for everything that I've done. I've hurt a lot of family members. I've hurt others, selling drugs and breaking stuff, getting into a car chase and stuff like that. I've affected a lot of people, and I'm ready to repair, just repair these things, fix myself, get home to my 13-year-old son who needs me, who needs me a lot out there right now. And I'm just ready to do the right thing. Before incarceration, I had tickets. I was in a gang and stuff like that. I had a rough criminal life in prison. These 4 years I've came in, I've tried to do everything I have to do to change. I've seen what I've done, how it affected myself and others. I remained ticket free. Well, I had a Class B when I first got incarcerated back in 2021. That was for disobeying a direct order. I was I was in jail probably a week or something like that. But since then, I remained ticket free, stayed away from trouble, mind my business, have to maintain a job, just staying busy. I attend church classes, I attend Narcotics Anonymous. And I do what I can to keep myself busy and work at myself.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. I know that you know how this process works, so we'll move right to the questions with my colleague, panel member Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Hinton, it's obvious that you really have demonstrated some evidence of change. Your disciplinary infraction that you received was at the very beginning of your incarceration, but it wasn't a week, it was 3 days. You committed this. Yeah, it was a couple of days, after you committed this offense. I am happy to hear that you desire to do better, and I appreciate your accepting responsibility for your actions and for acknowledging that you're selling drugs to our community causes more harm than just to the people that you're selling these drugs to. It affects the community as a whole. I want to talk to you a little bit about your larceny one for the car that you say that you rented. Did you go to Enterprise or?
No, it was somebody I know who gets high, and I gave him drugs for the car, but the car,
that's not a
I didn't know.
rental. That's not a rental then. You don't, when you rent a car, there's a signed agreement. You have to have insurance on the car. You don't just get it from a crackhead and say that it's a rented car.
No, I'm sorry, miss, but in a street term, that's what we call, renting a car from somebody who gets high. That's how we say.
Well, I mean, if the person.
I was borrowing it for drugs.
All right. Well, don't borrow any other cars for drugs, because 9 times out of 10, if they're giving you their car in exchange for drugs, car is probably not theirs.
Yes.
But
come to find out it's true.
And I want to dig a little deeper into the harm that you say that selling these drugs causes to the community. What are some of the impacts that you believe selling drugs in the community has?
I've experienced something that I never thought would happen in my family. My sister started using drugs, my little sister. So, and I was during this 4 years, I learned that. And crack cocaine. And that tore me apart because I was just home thinking that selling drugs to other people was okay, just to get money or just to live the lifestyle I wanted to live, or supposedly trying to feed my family. But I was affecting, I didn't think about the effects that it could have. It could backfire and it could have on myself. And it did. Like, my family's like, we're going through a lot right now. Trying to help my sister.
I'm going to interrupt you, and I do apologize, but you're really not a victim in any of this.
No, I'm not.
While I can appreciate your saying that it's hit home because now it's impacted someone in your own family, I would argue that when you sell drugs to people, you don't know overdosed. You don't know if that's someone else's sister or someone else's mother or father or child. Those people that have sat in that chair before you, many of them struggle with addictions. And, they wind up stealing things to support their habits, and then you as a drug dealer, you feel the need to go and get a weapon because people know that selling drugs is kind of a lucrative business. So chances of Mr. Hinton having a lot of cash on him, if I have a gun, then I can, it's just like a hamster wheel. It just keeps the cycle going on. You're addicted, you're stealing, prices are increasing. I mean, it's so much bigger than you or your family. It impacts everybody's family eventually. So,
yes, it is.
I read in your file that you were selling these drugs not because you were addicted, but because you could not find work. So tell us some of the steps that you would take to avoid turning back to your fallback plan of selling drugs in the community?
Well, for me, what I've learned from my programs, and just talking to people and getting the help that I needed, people, places, and things was like a big trigger for me. So I know not to go around the same area, the same people. You know, those friends I no longer had who I thought were friends. I'm sorry, I try to put in for a new location, you know, I'm not ready, I'm not prepared yet to go back to Bridgeport, like where I'm from, where I've been all my life. I've never been outside of Bridgeport, you know, and I just want to leave that where it's at and start somewhere fresh, you know, find work, find help as far as, you know, meetings, things that I could do outside of, away from Bridgeport. Not to say that, you know, the other places don't have crimes, but
No,
I'm used
I
to
understand.
Bridgeport.
Yeah, I know, and people know you, and so they'll be
Yeah.
used to you, accustomed to you being that same person that you were previously. And
Yes.
perhaps this 4 years, you needed to really try to work on yourself and change who you were internally. You know, I do see some evidence of change. You mentioned the disciplinary infraction, but you overall have had 93 disciplinary infractions throughout the years. And this time, you only received the one ticket at the very beginning of your incarceration in 2021. You've taken the appropriate programs. I heard you talk about working. My records indicate that you have a job as a janitor in the facility. You said you attend church and NA. You know, in terms of the seriousness of your crimes, you know, we don't condone anyone for any criminal behaviors, but I really do not see in here, aside from your running rampant from the police, which I just don't understand. I don't really see very many threats of violence in your criminal history, but it does date back a number of years. You started this in 1996.
Yes,
It's
16 years old.
2026.
Yes,
That's insanity.
yes, it is.
Well, the only other question that I have is, I appreciate your wanting to go to a different neighborhood, which I think will be in your best interest. But you told the officer that you have potential jobs at the Pilot in Milford or the J.C. Penney in South Windsor, and you requested a halfway house in either Hartford or Waterbury. And I'm just curious to know, you have a few, I don't know if your license is valid right now, but running from the police, I would definitely, if I granted parole today, I would put a driving condition on your list of things to do. But I'm just curious to know what happens if you get a halfway house in Hartford and the job is in Milford.
Well, I won't be able to take it. So I just recently, I just found another place in Hartford, well, Manchester, Medusa Logistics. So that's just something else that I have, you know, I figure out that I can do if I'm out there. So, you know, there's bus transportation, city transportation out there.
Good, but I want you to understand something, sir, that the moment that you check in, if you're granted parole here, you have probation regardless of. But the moment that they see that you're not working out in the community, what do you think they're going to assume that you're doing?
Something I'm not supposed to be doing.
And so what do you think is going to happen to you as a result of your?
I'll be back incarcerated, which I'm definitely will avoid, you know.
Well, I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Hinton, and I thank you. Thank you, Manager. Yes, Circle.
So Mr. Henton, you smoked marijuana all day, every day? Or you did?
Yes, I have, yes.
What do you think the impact of that was on you?
Excuse me,
The impact on you? What do you think it was?
cloudy vision, not thinking correctly, just not thinking right, not being in the right state of mind.
Probably zapped some of your motivation to, you know, do the right thing and adult up and, you know.
Definitely, yes.
You know, and what's sad is that, like, that's the only way your son's ever known you is stoned.
Yeah. Yeah. And through prison, yes, that's correct.
Yeah. You know, and I made a note to myself because, you know, you've had almost continuous sentences for the last 20 years. 10 of them were drug convictions. And I made a note to myself that this is the behavior of a 20-year-old. This isn't something we see somebody in their mid-40s, early 40s. So when you were last on supervision, it's described as transitional placement. Do you remember that back in 2018?
Yes.
Right. So you finished that November 23rd, 2018. And you were involved in a police pursuit where you got charged with evading responsibility on December 31st, New Year's Eve.
Yes.
You made it 1 month. Were you under the influence at the time of the police pursuit?
Yes, definitely, yes.
Okay. So, you know, when you hear your probation officer or a condition put on you that you can't drive, you understand why. Because you know that when you're high, it's impaired driving. You've seen the commercials. You know that that's a violation of our state laws. It puts the whole public's safety in jeopardy when you make that kind of choice. Because I'm sure you were engaging in the police in a pursuit above the speed limit, right?
Yes, I did, yes. And I crashed into a fire hydrant. Yeah, caused some destruction in the city, yeah.
Yeah. And you know who pays for all of that?
Yes, others, the cities, yes.
Yeah, the citizens, not the city, the citizens who pay their taxes, who work their jobs, raise their kids. Yeah. Okay. You know, I hope you can continue to write poetry when you're back in the community without marijuana.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see whether you still have that way with words and language when you're clear-headed.
I can.
Okay, well, we'll see. You haven't yet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks for talking with us, Mr. Henton. We're going to discuss your case. Give us just a minute.
Thank you.
Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Hinton has done well this period of incarceration. As I said to him, I believe that he has demonstrated some evidence of change. In particular, the number of disciplinary infractions that he's received has been greatly reduced this time. He's completed some positive programs. He's working in the facility now as a janitor, and I'm sure he's probably making $7 a week. So I'm hoping that if you can make $7 a week and survive, that you can not sell drugs in the facility or work at a McDonald's.
Humble yourself to earn a paycheck, yeah.
When you're back out in the community. He is asking for a halfway house upon release, and I think that that would be appropriate because I believe that that will help him get stable employment and provide housing. Yeah. And I think that that would be helpful for him to at least give him a step up. So I would support his discretionary parole today. I think that he's adequately prepared and I do find him suitable.
Okay. Mr. Zarko?
I agree.
I'm struggling with the criminal history with the host of offenses that he's serving the 6 years for. Just got to turn it around.
I was on his last panel back in 2015 and I denied him. So he's back again. I made the right choice that time. I'm hoping that this is the right choice again.
Well, I like the idea of the guidelines, the guidance of parole, to maybe be a stabilizing influence with all the change that he's talking about in his life in terms of being there for his son and holding down legitimate employment and abstaining from drug use. So I think it's his better bet than actual going out to probation, which he has struggled with so much. So halfway house, no driving, and I have no co-defendant from 2019, Kiana Ortiz.
I didn't have that.
Anything more? And it would be effective today. So in the matter of Kevin Henton, inmate number 248214, there's a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of November 14th, 2025, with the following conditions. You're to be placed in a halfway house, you're not to drive without your parole officer's permission, and you're to have no contact with your co-defendant, Kiana Ortiz. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr. Hinton. Of course, it won't be today because they're going to have to identify a suitable halfway house for you. So use that time to get yourself prepared.
Get to applying for those jobs, I would say.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Concludes the hearing for Kevin Hinton, inmate number 248214.
We have a grant.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Hello. Good morning. Yes.
Yes.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, November 14th. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify their legal statutorily required documents, and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Alex Tucker.
Good morning, panel member Barry.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Joshua Gervati, 400768.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Joshua Gervati, inmate number 400768. He is serving a sentence of 30 months jail with 2 years of special parole to follow for criminal possession of a firearm, reckless endangerment, and possession with intent. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date, July 27th, 2025. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the domestic violence program in Tier 1. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes, I prepared something. Mind if I read?
Please go ahead.
Sorry, it looked a bit lengthy, but I took my time.
Okay, we're gonna ask you to focus on why you believe you deserve parole, because we still have half of a docket ahead of us. So when you
Yes.
say lengthy, please focus in on why you deserve parole.
Yes, okay, so I just started reading, when answering this question, this is my life, you're deciding to get back to me. You know, some people might not care about a release, but I do. And every day, when I'm not working, I sit in myself the remainder of the day and I separate myself from the crowds of inmates I choose to surround myself with, but no longer is that man me. Although I have no children, I do have family, and this family I've let down too many times. Again, I look around and I walk to the hot water dispenser to get hot water and coffee or food for the day, and I see people at rec laughing and playing games, muttering about how they did this so they could get some type of street credit. But these are the things that are burning images and phrases into my mind and my heart and my soul. I don't know if it's maturity or if it's common sense finally working. I'm so disappointed in myself for allowing this category of people to become the title person I am. This is far from the person I am. This is far from the person I want to be. I know not only do I have this self-disappointment, but the amount of disappointment I brought to my family and loved ones is beyond belief. My nephews and my one beautiful niece is so young, and they broke my heart when I just missed their high school graduation. I help raise these children, I help raise these children to hold a place in my heart. My brother and my two sisters are raised by my very strong mother by herself, who is a domestic violence survivor. And because of that, my father spent my whole childhood incarcerated. With it being said, we only had each other and my mother. If my mother was not at school, she was working, and my siblings and when my siblings had children, we really counted on each other to be there, which led me to have a close bond with the kids. I'm telling you this because I want you to know that even though I don't have children of my own, I love these kids like they're my own, giving me a responsibility. I know for a fact I never want them to put me in this category of people I surround myself with right now, being incarcerated. I want them to see a positive role model and to be able to look up to me and to be able to count on me to be there for them through all of their struggles and triumphs. I have put too much disappointment into their lives these times I've been away from them for all the wrong reasons. I sit in my cell and stay away from associating with too many people while I am in here because I think long and hard by myself about how my life will be different and how I will stay away from wrongdoings that are so much drowning the world as we know of it. I vow to myself, and I vow to not only state, but most of all, in my eyes, the children in my life, to lead them to not become a part of the wrongdoings around the world, but to make sure they see me as a person who the world a better place, who makes the world a better place one person at a time, so they can become one of the people who help change the world's wrongdoings one person at a time. Continue to be this change man when I'm released is my number one priority because I cannot help myself. If I cannot help myself, I cannot help anyone else. The next step after waking up to do the right thing for myself is to stay the most positive and focused influence in these kids' lives. When I'm granted parole, this process only starts a little sooner for me. I know no matter what, this mentality I have is in my head for the rest of my life, not only for these children of my siblings, but that goes for everyone in this world who sees me as an individual person. I refuse to be a negative influence in this world. I want people to see me and say he is a good man. I know that being a perfect is close to impossible, but being perfect is not who I want to be. I want to just be right. A right person is a good person. Every day I wake up, I choose to do the right thing. Then incarceration is no longer even a worry of mine. But most of all, my nephews and my niece, they are safe around, they can be safe around me and they can count on me being there, which being there is so important in life. I want everyone in life to be able to count on me being there and doing the right thing for the rest of our lives. Upon my early release, being there for my nephews and my nieces is a major priority in my life, as well as my new additions to my family. My significant other, she is a major priority, but also a huge responsibility in my life. I plan on marrying her and someday having children of my own. This being said, my sponsor is her mother. Her mother has another younger daughter whose name is Raina Snow. And Raina is very important to my lady. It's important to my lady as she is her only sister. I say this because I take a great deal of responsibility and making sure she sees me as a good person, as well as an awesome male role model, with me being the only direct male figure in her life. I plan to help Raina with schooling as I promised her, as well as helping to be there for her social life. Raina and I have many plans together when I am released, as we speak about over the phone. She has told me she is excited, so I take that very seriously. Just as serious as I take my nephews and my niece. I want the state to see how serious I am about doing the right thing upon my release, not only because as an individual, I want to do the right thing, but also because the amount of young children who will be in my life counting on me to do the right thing while I'm being there for them. I want the state to know that this is how I'm spending my free time when I'm not at work this is how I'm spending my free time when I'm not at work, but for work, I'm going to work the very next day I'm released. I have a position working with my brother, Adam Giravati, in his company as a carpenter doing residential rebuilds and remodels as well as any demo/construction needed. I already have a background in construction and carpentry due to the fact that I've worked for a company in the past doing such work. This is thanks to my very supportive brother who only wants to see me do good and succeed in life. Adam and I talk about me coming to work every time we speak on the phone. And if it's not about work, then it's about the kids. My brother is the most positive influence in my life, and he has always been there, been my role model, and I'm so proud to be able to look up to such a great person who has worked his whole life and stayed strong even when he lost his son's mother. He really showed me and has continued to show me strength when things get rough. He not only stays strong for his son, but then recently moved my mother in and showed me that hard work and doing the right thing really pays off. I know they're seeing how he is now happily married and owns his own business. I could go on for days about him, but all he has done. But my point I want to get across is that me being around my brother, working with him, is only going to inspire me to be a great man right alongside of him. When I accomplish half the amount of good deeds and when I make half the amount of right things right he has done, I will be happy knowing that I'm on my way to becoming a great man as well. Upon my early release, I am also going to give back to the community by doing volunteer work and community service. I want to repay the world for all my wrongdoings. Helping people is one thing I will continue to do for the rest of my life. I'm also going to volunteer at animal shelters and soon work towards opening my own rescue. I do not want to see lives suffer. So as I continue to work, I am going to be working towards opening my own apple orchard/farm and going to have a rescue/shelter on the property. Percentages of the proceeds will be donated to nonprofits and given back to the community. I have a lot of plans and goals that are long term, but everything I've told you about family and work is my immediate goals and plans. I aspire to be a great person, and that means doing the right thing never stops. I regret my criminal history more than words can explain, but I hope these words I speak to you today tell you enough to know that I know change is not out of reach. And with all being said, if I could go back in time, and I would have stuck by my brother and worked beside him a lot sooner, and I would have never made these mistakes in my life I have to face today. I know my future is very bright, and I cannot tell you in words how ready I am to start my journey of doing the right thing and being there for my family. Although I will show you how serious I am when I succeed on this early release and I do all the right things by preparing every intention before I choose to take a single step. I would like to thank the state for allowing me to speak on my own behalf, and I thank you all for taking the time to hear all that I have said. Thank you very much, Josh.
Thank you, sir. We're going to ask you questions. We'll begin with my colleague, Mr. Zarkov.
Good morning, Mr. Giravati.
Good morning.
Can you explain what happened that led to your incarceration?
So that night was very much a blur because of the 2 days prior that I was in the hospital. In a coma. I was in a medically induced coma, and that night that I was woken up from the coma, the doctor told me that told my brother that they're just going to release me without evaluating me because I wanted to leave, and I didn't, I was out of control, I guess, in the hospital. He didn't want to deal with me, so. I guess they just had let me out without evaluating me, and I was still under the influence of their sedatives and their whatever, they gave me tranquilizers and sedatives to stay into a medically induced coma. So without the evaluation, they had released me. So me being under the influence, it was hard for me to recall any of the events that happened that night. I was told by my brother and other people after I was already incarcerated over the phone, because I don't remember really any of it. It's all a blackout. But I guess after I was released, I had, somehow ended up back. I guess my brother dropped me off at the building, and then hours later, I ended up back at, the building where my girlfriend was staying, and this all happened. So I'm going off of what the police report said and what they're saying happened. I really don't recall what happened that night because of the amount of drugs I was under the influence that I was because of the hospital. And
Let me ask you, did you take any illegal drugs after you discharged from the hospital?
Did I?
Did you take any illegal drugs?
I know I had the drugs when I was caught, so I'm assuming I did. I couldn't recall. I couldn't tell you what happened after the hospital. I don't remember anything until I woke up in jail, and that was all. Everything was just blacked out.
Okay. What about the gun?
I don't remember any of it, sir.
Was the gun yours?
I mean, I don't recall it being mine. I must have got it that night. So I'm not saying that it was mine. Like, I must have bought it or got it from somebody that night. I'm not saying that I definitely didn't have it before I was in the hospital. But after I got out of the hospital, I ended up getting it. So, I mean, I take full responsibility and accountability for everything that happened, although I don't recall a majority of it.
You don't remember having the gun, getting the gun?
I do not remember anything that happened after the hospital until I woke up in jail. I do not, sir.
This was not your first gun conviction, right?
No, it is not, sir. That's why I'm telling you I take accountability for it, although I just don't remember it. Like,
Right, understand. You have a drug and alcohol level score of 5, right? That's the highest possible. Why do you think that is?
Because I used to have an opioid addiction, and I since then have received help and been taking medication. I've been receiving Suboxone and staying clean. And I was clean for a long period of time before before the hospital incident happened, before I ended up having a seizure and going into a coma. I was actually being evaluated by my doctor and going to CHC and doing all the proper classes and drug tests and screens and all of that with CHC out of Enfield.
What is your longest period of sobriety in the community?
It was approximately 2 years, 18 months to 2 years before this incident happened. It was the longest I had been clean. I was doing very well.
So it's,
I don't remember the exact amount of time, but it was around that amount of time, yes.
So 2022 until you were arrested?
Basically.
You have 3 tickets during this period of incarceration, right?
Yes, the first month that I was in county jail, I received those tickets. Yes, sir.
Okay, one was for fighting.
Yep. I guess the first day, this one I do not recall at all. The fight that I was involved in, I was, I guess this is when I first started remembering things, when I had waken up in the segregation. I asked them what happened. I guess the very first night I got there, I had gone into a verbal argument that turned into an altercation, a physical altercation, and then they ended up putting me into segregation, where I had finally came to, and then I was wondering what happened. And yeah, that's what happened for the fighting ticket.
Okay, what about the June of 24, the ticket for contraband?
So the contraband, so there was guys, they were over there, I think they were smoking tobacco or weed, and they were in my cubicle area. There was multiple guys that had went to SEG. Specifically, they told me that I could get away with the ticket or not get a ticket and go to SEG, but they told me I had to tell on the person who was doing it. And at that time, I felt like, you know, I just didn't want to put anybody under, you know, I basically didn't want to tell anybody and take, so I told him, I said, you could urine me, you could test me, I'm not the one who's doing it, but it was in my cubicle, I had nothing, I couldn't go, there was nothing else I could do unless I pinpointed one person and spoke his name and said it was him, so I ended up going to SEG for it.
And you completed tier 2 facility? What did you get
Tier
from
one.
that? Tier 1, I'm sorry. Yep.
Yes, sir.
What did you get from that?
I got like coping skills. Basically, it was a lot to do with like addiction services, like recovery, as in like I learned how to cope with basically my addiction. You know, meditation, going to see counselors, which I never really thought, you know, thought about doing, because I never really thought about speaking to people, but I actually met with a lot of good counselors in the jail, and they are actually linked with a lot of closer counselors, like through CHR out in the world, in the street, as they call it. So I would actually be able to speak with some of the counselors like that too, who are similar to them. So I learned like that actually really helps as well. And and also attending meetings too, you know, it helps, you know, coping skills, and avoiding triggers too. Not really avoiding triggers, but when I get triggers, learning how to avoid them, just doing like being smart and thinking about like not surrounding myself with certain people, certain places, certain things. And if I do, then I revert back to, you know, my coping skills and, you know, attend a meeting or talk to a counselor or, you know, do some type of self, you know, meditation or breathing or some type of, you know, coping skill. And I have all this other paperwork too that I plan on bringing home with me and keeping in my personal belongings. So that way, if I ever needed to look back on it, I could always go back to it and look into it.
Okay, so have you figured out what your triggers are?
Yeah, a lot of just being around a lot of the people that I grew up with, those were big triggers for me, because I didn't grow up in the best neighborhood. So just being around a lot of my older friends and associates, you know, it sucks because, you know, I'm really good friends with them, but they choose a little bit different in life. So just being around them in places that they are, if I choose to go around there, that's a huge trigger because there's drugs and I know that, you know, I was an addict, so it's very possible for me to relapse and do all that just by seeing these people and being in these places. So that's a very big.
You don't deal with it, you go back in the community.
I'm sorry, say that again.
How are you going to deal with those triggers when you go back in the community?
Like I said, well, really, I really won't be actually even associating with those people at all. I'm planning on just working with my brother and visiting with my family. I don't plan on going back to old places or really even seeing old friends. Like I spoke to in my letter, being around people like that is really, I have a really big regret, like even associating with people like that when I know that it's the wrong thing to do. So I have a very big plan to just work constantly, be around my brother and help be there for the kids. And that's how I know that I can avoid a lot of that and relapsing.
What about the domestic violence program? What did you learn from that?
Well, one of the major things that I learned was, children of any age, well, it really starts even younger, like they could be 6 months, not have any conscious of what's going on around them, but without them even knowing, they're growing up and their brain is developing to this, and they're without even knowing they could alter their mindset about the right and wrong doings in life. And so how you act around a child or of any age is very serious, and no matter if they're in the room or if they just hear it. So me having a lot of children in my life, knowing that, I'm super precautious of how I act with my peers and how anybody acts around the children. That was one of the major things I took from that class experience.
All right, do you have a job in the facility?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Are you working in the facility?
Yes, sir, I've been working, and I not only was I working, since I think a month after I got here, I've been working ever since. And when I was even in county jail, when I was as soon as my ticket cleared, I went to work as a tierman and a tray server, and I held that job until I left county, and I was doing that for over a year. I would say almost a year-ish. And then when I got here, I applied for the maintenance job right away because I have background skills with working hands-on tools. And when I was interviewed, they gave me the job right away because I knew a lot of hands-on tools that they use here, and it's been helping me learn. So it's a great job for me because now I know a lot of new things that I can apply to work as soon as I get out, which is great.
Okay, you already spoke about your plans for employment. You have some ambitious plans when you're released. What about your relapse prevention plan?
I plan on going straight to the doctor that I was seeing before because I'm currently still taking my prescription. So I know that when I go back to my doctor, I go back to the counseling, I can resume therapy and help with CHC and that will help in my relapse prevention. So I plan on seeing them, if not the same day, as long as they're still open when I get out, then the very next day I plan on seeing my doctor, Jason Mantle, because me and him had a very strong relationship, and he was a good doctor for me.
How would you say you've changed from this incarceration?
How would I say it's changed?
Yeah.
I think that I've changed dramatically, just mentally, period. I have a whole new mindset, just seeing certain things and hearing certain things that people do and say, it turns me off. It makes me really look on my life and have a new aspect, like how much different I can be and how much different I should have already been. And just the negative things that go around it, it's just so not interesting. And I just really wish that I got into working with my brother sooner and started doing that. I would have had to deal with a lot of things I've done. And just me knowing that feeling is inside of me, then I know that it changed me completely. Like, it could have been maturity, it could be just being around all and seeing the negative stuff going on at all the time and really taking a positive outlook on it because of being sober while I'm here so much and seeing all the negative while I'm here. I think it's changed my outlook on life dramatically and makes me want to just go home and do the right thing. And I didn't see that. I haven't seen that. I've never really seen that clear before.
Okay, well, thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure, Ms. Berry.
I don't have any questions for Mr. Gerald.
I don't either. So we're going to move to discussion. Please don't interrupt. Mr. Zarkoff?
So Mr. Gerardi, rates moderate for risk of recidivism. Is here on 3 convictions: criminal possession of firearm, reckless endangerment, possession of intent to sell. He has completed a couple of programs, Tier 1, domestic violence program. He does have some tickets. But there has been some time since the last one. He did in June of last year. I would have liked to see a high-level tier program, but that's what the individual can do. He'll make a sentence in June of this year. Not to hear what other panel members think, but trying to support the discussion in Parole.
Okay, well, so this is an offender with, a 10-year criminal history, 9 arrests, prior gun conviction. He struggled when he was on special parole in the past. We make these decisions in interest in the light of public safety, and the situation he found himself in, despite his lack of recall, was incredibly concerning. SWAT team was called out. He pointed a gun at his brother. And then they recovered an unsecured firearm in his home, in the closet, on the floor, putting in jeopardy the 11-year-old child living in that home. He has 2 years of special parole. He will be end of sentence in less than a year. So I have him denied. It's just far too serious. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with you. This is a very serious offense, and when they assign you a Tier 1, it's usually when you're waiting to be sentenced. And his score is a 5. There's no way that that's acceptable in terms of treatment for such a serious substance problem. He was on probation when all of this transpired. You couple the nature with.
I'm sorry, I wasn't on probation when it happened.
It said that you were on probation for interfering with and resisting arrest.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't on any probation.
Well, according to our records, violated, okay, well.
In May of 2023, you got 2 counts of violation of probation, interfering and resisting, possession of a controlled substance. And you got 18-month period of probation in May of 2023, and you committed this crime in May of 2024.
And I was released for good behavior off of probation.
We do not have that. Okay.
That's what happened.
Continue, please. Please stop
interrupting.
Please stop interrupting.
Okay. So at any rate, you couple the lack of treatment that I would have liked to see with the nature of this offense and his poor performance. That one aside, even if we don't include that one, I still show 3 failed attempts. So I would not be in support of his early release today either.
We heard an awful lot of words from Mr. Giovaci today, but I don't have a lot of confidence in the change that he spoke of. I'm glad to see his behavior is improving at the facility, but the underlying issues are just far too concerning.
What I really took problem with as well, Madam Chair, was since we are deliberating, I was an addict. I used to be. And with the drugs for a 5, it was just
7 year
and with the
heroin addiction.
Yeah, I just don't think that those are words that we should be using, but.
And we aren't sure, based on your questioning, whether he was intoxicated at the time. that contributed to his total lack of recall for this very, very serious situation. This was an apartment, 3-story apartment building, and other people were definitely in jeopardy. So nature and circumstance, criminal history, and poor performance on community release. Throw in inadequate program participation.
I absolutely would.
Okay. And where are you?
I would have supported the discussion already.
Okay.
Without that, not with the decision.
All right. In the matter of Joshua Juvovaci, inmate number 400768, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, the nature and circumstance of your offense, your poor performance on community release, and your inadequate program participation. Do I have a second?
I did all my program. I did all my programs, and I did an additional program. I did all my programs and an additional one. How is that inadequate?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Parole is denied. Then we need to set his conditions for his 2 years of special parole. What do you have? Is there
Domestic violence.
Do you have anything else? Okay.
I don't even have a domestic violence case. It's a non-domestic violent case. I did that from willingly. I did that
I'm
extra
going to
program.
further move to set the
The
following
judge made this a
condition for
non-DV case. How does that even have anything to do with domestic violence?
special parole supervision, behavior management for domestic violence. Do I have a second? Oh, we don't vote. Okay. So, Officer Menard?
This concludes the hearing for Joshua Juvovaci, inmate number 400768.
And so can we take a 5-minute?
Yes, I do use the bathroom. And I need my ears to stop ringing.
Sir, you're all set.
Thank you, sir. You two women have a lot to work on. God bless your soul.
Sir, the panel is just taking a 5-minute recess. So just,
No problem.
we'll be with you shortly, okay?
I am all day.
And now we have
Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Good morning, Alex Sarkoff.
Good afternoon, panel member Barry.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Dave McCracken, 355773.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for David McCracken, inmate number 355773. He is serving a sentence of 6 years, execution suspended after 3 years jail with 4 days, 3 years and 4 days, and 5 years of probation. For assault second with a motor vehicle while intoxicated, 2 counts of illegal operation of motor vehicle under the influence. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 4th, 2025. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed since the offender has completed the anger management program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. I have a aphasia from a stroke and a heart attack, so I'm really bad at writing things down. But I just want to go out and be a father and a grandfather to my family. My ex-wife died September 13th this year. I really feel bad about the accident I was in. It was absolutely my fault. I shouldn't have been driving. It was really bad choices on my behalf, but I can't take that back now. I'm just trying to go forward and do everything right, make great steps.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Moore, you have something else to say?
No, that's okay, no.
Okay, so Mr. McCracken will each be asking questions of you in order to make our decision as to whether or not you're suitable to go out early on discretionary parole to complete your sentence. You know, we make these decisions in light of the interests of public safety. And I can't think of a bigger risk to public safety than a DUI. And here you are with two of them, and you crashed into a vehicle that struck a officer at the scene.
Yes.
So I'm not really sure that this was an accident. It was a crash, but you made the choice to get behind the wheel after drinking. You had a couple of shots at 9 a.m.
Yes.
And you consume marijuana on a daily basis. So
yes.
you know, that was in your system as well. So that's incredibly concerning. You have DUIs in your past as well, 2010, 2012. And I read when you met with Officer Menard that you realized you had a problem with alcohol after your third DUI in 2012. Is that correct?
I had a problem with alcohol after my divorce. And I really couldn't handle it, and I went the wrong way. After my third DUI, I didn't get a license for like 5 years, and I'm a mechanic. So I had to ask people to drive my cars after finishing my cars. So that's one good thing that I did, because I could have drove myself. I'm not really that way. I don't think I got my jail number till I was 36 years old, 35 years old. So I'm not a thief. I'm a trusted guy. I'm sorry, I can't think.
Take your time.
Thank you. When I went to court, my lawyer asked me to get some notes for the judge, and I got 8 or 9 of them. And they said, "What do you want me to say?" I said, "Well, say how I treated you, because I don't have an angry friend in my life that I know. Everybody loves me. I fix their guitar, I fix their cars, I play guitar, I teach their kids to play guitars, I'm sorry. Because of my stroke, I stutter and
You're doing fine,
whatever.
sir.
Thank you. I went to Pond House in 2014. And I went to my brother Mike's house and I had 5 years sober at my brother Mike's house. Then I got a girlfriend and I did 2 years sober with her. So that was 7 years sober. And I met my girlfriend in high school. So,
Okay, I'm going to stop you, Mr. McCracken, because
Yep.
we've read a lot of this background and
Okay.
and we're getting pretty far afield here. I get that
Okay.
you suffered some losses that may have contributed to your relapse.
Yep.
But we can't overlook the fact that when you drank to excess, you chose to get behind the wheel. And, we're not talking about a little bit over the blood alcohol limit. You blew right past it. You had a 0.24 at 11:15 in the morning when you struck the sergeant. You had a blood alcohol at 8 p.m. Of a 0.177. I mean, this is incredibly concerning. So you're incarcerated now with a drug and alcohol score of 4. And you've taken anger management. Congratulations, you got an excellent evaluation on that. You've taken the Voices program. I hope that helps you appreciate what people suffer when you and others like you make the choice to drink and drive. And you still have an addiction services program on your OAP that I hope you will complete before you go back out into the community. You have 5 years of probation, but I couldn't possibly find you suitable without it.
I didn't know I had the addiction services. It wasn't on my OEP.
It is,
and I
in
did it.
fact, it is, sir, an OAP dated 7/10/2024. Ms. Barry, any questions for Mr. McCracken?
I don't.
Okay, Mr. Zarkoff? Okay, all right, so we're gonna discuss. We did receive a lovely support letter from his brother, and he's lucky to have that help in his life.
Yep.
I think one of the saddest things I read in Mr. McCracken's story is 2 of his 3 children also have DUIs. And he, readily admitted he crashed a lot of cars. So this is just too much for me. I have him denied for criminal history. We're talking among ourselves because we're done with the question.
Okay, because I thought you were talking to me.
Criminal history, nature and circumstance, inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change.
I have criminal history and inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I have 3 of the 4 that you had said, so the 4th is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. It's just too serious.
It's way too serious. And that he only got 3 years and 4 days. It's kind of remarkable. The officer suffered burns, a broken hip, and a shoulder injury. In the matter of David McCracken, inmate number 355773, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, the nature and circumstance of your current offenses, your inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimous. Parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing for David McCracken, inmate 3557.
I did a alcohol class before I went to jail on
That's
Church
great.
Street. Okay, thank you.
You guys ready for the next gentleman? Yes?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. So I can sit down?
Yes, please.
Did you write a statement that you want to read to us?
I did.
Have it out and ready, please. We're
Kinda-
ready to start.
It's kind of long. I don't know if you guys, I don't know.
Oh, no. Short and sweet is good.
Yeah, I made it pretty long.
We're not ready for it yet. It looks way too long.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Menard. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Department. Following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the records, required to review all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Alex Starcroft.
Panel Member Barry, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Montenegro.
Oh, hold on. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Brian Montenegro, 427780.
He's serving this hearing is being conducted in consideration of the full application for Brian Montenegro, inmate number 427780. He is serving a sentence of 2.5 years jail class sentence for violation of probation with an underlying offense of violation of protective order and failure to appear first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 26, 2025. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed. It shows the offender has not completed any programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls in a very high range of risk for recidivation. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I actually did complete programs. I just completed a program Wednesday. I completed Voices program. And I'm in school and I'm that's what I'm doing. So I would like to read.
We want you to focus, Mr. Montenegro, on the question that was put to you, which is why do you believe you deserve parole? We've read all about your background.
I think I deserve parole because I've been on my best behavior. I've been doing really good. And I have good intentions when I come home. I really want to get my life together. I want to recover. And I like to work, stay in my own place.
Okay, those are why you want parole? We're asking you why do you deserve it? What have you done while you're incarcerated to prepare yourself to be successful in the community?
I've been assisting programs. I've been doing good in school.
Okay.
And I've changed a lot from before how I used to be. I've grown. I've really matured.
Great.
I've learned to self-control. I learned to dedicate myself, to be committed to be on my best behavior, doing what I have to do. No, that's
okay. All right, so we're going to ask you questions based on the documents that were available to us to read. And then we will discuss your case and make a decision and share that with you today. You ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, panel member Barry will begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Montenegro, I appreciate your opening remarks. Those are our desires for you as well. We want you to return to the community. We want you to be successful. We want you to make better decisions, which is why you're incarcerated. And They provide different programs to help you gain the tools that you did not receive when you were out in the community. So I'm glad to hear that you're in school. What subjects are you currently studying?
I'm currently studying language arts. I was supposed to have a test completed. I already completed 2 tests for my GED. I was supposed to complete this test, but we've been on lockdown, so it's pushed back for next week. I'm pretty sure I'll pass that test, and I only have math left over. But I'm focused on language arts right now. I'm really confident I'll pass my next test.
Why do you think that you are working on getting your GED at 23 instead of doing it when you had an opportunity years ago?
Because I was on medication before that used to make me very, very tired, but I didn't think I needed a GED. But as I got older, I seen that it could be really helpful. Before I used to think I did not need a GED and I would work. I thought about working in jobs that really don't need a diploma. But as I got older, I learned that I do need a GED. That a GED will be helpful to get a better job.
I mean, honestly, you know, I look at you and your age, and it's like you really should be, instead of in prison, you should be graduating from college or going to graduate school or something to better yourself. Instead, you're backpedaling because you didn't make the best choices. I want to talk to you a little bit about your offenses, because you were out on probation for violating a protective order. And I want to know why the protective order was put in place.
The protective order was put in place because when I was younger, I used to smoke marijuana, and my mother didn't like me to be in the house around my younger siblings, bringing marijuana around, the smell of marijuana, or smelling like marijuana, yeah, like doing any marijuana around the house. So she was very upset. She asked the juvenile courts, what can she do about this? And they recommended a protective order where I have to follow house rules.
So your parents can't request protective orders because their children don't do what they say. Were you violent? No, did you display any violence while under the influence?
No, I was never violent. None of my protective orders, I never violated violent. It was never violent.
Okay, did you have an opportunity to read any of your police reports, sir?
Yes.
Okay, because you were violent. Even when the officers were trying to apprehend you for your current case right now, you were fighting them. You made the officer fall.
Oh no, I thought you was talking about when I violated my protective orders.
No. So let me back you up. So I asked you why the protective order was in place. You told me that your mother went to juvenile detention and asked them to put the protective order in place because you were smoking marijuana. And I said to you.
No, I said it was recommended by a probation officer. I was already involved in the juvenile courts. A probation officer recommended this. My mother didn't ask for it. She didn't even know what this was. But I thought what you was asking is how I violated. I didn't violate any in a violent way.
So Mr. Montenegro, listen to the questions, okay? Because I'm very specific. So when we first started our discussion, I said to you, why was the protective order put in place? And you said to me that your mother did not like you smoking marijuana around your younger siblings. She went to the juvenile detention and asked them to put the order in place. That is what you told me. So then when I asked you, did you ever display any violence while you were using this marijuana? You told me that you had not. You never have been violent.
I misunderstood. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Okay. So the protective order was put in place because you were involved with prior juvenile delinquency or some juvenile actions. Did you ever, were you assaulted? Were you angry? If there is a reason why they put a protective order is to protect people who believe that they will be harmed in some way. So there's a difference. So when a protective order indicates that there's some level of violence.
Yes, no, I used to like, sometimes I would like pawn my belongings, and she would not like that. I would sometimes take her car, and she would not like that. That's about it. What I could say. She used to ask help because I was not following house rules. I was young at the time. Too. I was young at the time. Yes.
No, you still are very young.
This is all things. This is all things I do not do anymore. I've learned from that. I've grown. I'm matured. My own mother would tell you I do not do none of this no more.
So I'm asking you about your level of violence, sir, because in both these instances where you violated your probation, you were argumentative, you were combative, you were walking down the street and under the influence after a motor vehicle accident, and yet you make yourself out to somehow be the victim of your crimes. And I'm trying to understand the rationale, because if you're not a violent person, I'm not sure why you keep finding yourself in these situations where you're being arrested because you're unable to control your emotions. That was a question.
Well, it depends what situation you're talking about. Are you talking about my last arrest? The arrest that I violated probation with? Yes, so I believe there was no, I believe like, I knew I was on probation. I knew if I got arrested, I'll do time. But I believe like when they was arresting me, I didn't understand why. I told them why. I didn't do nothing. I was the one getting assaulted. I was the one getting beat up. So I knew like if I had an encounter, it was over. Like I was going to do time. So I asked them, why am I getting arrested? Why am I getting arrested? There's no reason why I should be getting arrested. And they was trying to hit me with assault officer, but I was going to fight that all the way because I did not assault no officer. And this these charges were dropped because I didn't assault no officer.
Okay, the charges may have been reduced to something else, but that does not negate the behavior, sir. Did you fall when the officer was trying to put you in handcuffs? Did the two of you fall? Yes or no?
Yeah, yes, we did fall together.
Do you think that he would have fallen if you would have let him put the handcuffs on you? That's a yes or no. That's not a difficult question, Mr. Martinero.
I was resistant. I do regret it. Yes. I should have been more compliant. I do regret this. I should have been more compliant.
I think that there seems to be some sort of disconnect in between what you believe to be the truth, sir, and what actually transpired with these convictions. I have to be honest with you in that, I know that you were using marijuana. You just told us that, and that in the motor vehicle accident, you were under the influence of alcohol, and you have yet to address any of that since you've been in the facility. And you couple the lack of programming to address your substance abuse needs along with your disciplinary infraction for fighting, which shows it's a demonstration of continued violence, sir, and you haven't taken any programs to really combat those behaviors. So it's very concerning when you sit here before us and you're requesting early release or consideration for early release, but you haven't really shown us that you're able to comply when you're required to.
Yes, but if you look at my ticket history, you will see a big difference there. I used to have so many fighting tickets in my last time when I did 2.5 years. And this time, yes, I do. Yes. And this time,
I asked him about violence, if he was violent, and he said that he wasn't. So I'm confused, Mr. Montanaro. I'm confused.
I admit I was a violent person, and that's why I'm saying I've changed, and you can see that just from my ticket history. My ticket history, I used to have a lot of fights in my last bit. I did make one mistake. I do have one ticket this time, and I'm very sorry for it. I'm sorry to myself too, because I do regret it, and I apologize.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your acceptance of responsibility and your.
But I've been doing so much better. I've been throwing my pride away. I've been doing so much, so good. Like so much good. I've been controlling my anger, controlling myself. I've been really. I've been doing it on my own. I've been doing really good.
Okay, so I don't want to negate any of the efforts, sir, that you have made to turn your life around. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that it hasn't been demonstrated long enough for me to believe that you are going to return to the community and not be in any more trouble. So there's still work to do on yourself.
Yes, but this was not on my OAP. If this was on my OAP, if somebody told me this earlier, I would have this programs completed by now.
All right, thank you.
Nobody told me that I was supposed to have this, this, or had a problem like this. I didn't think about that. I think I've seen that I've grown. I've seen that I've changed. That's what I've seen.
Well, you have to see things from my perspective too. I don't know you, sir. And all I see is what I have here on paper. And not to discredit you, but I have to go based on what I'm reviewing. And while I would love to believe that, you've changed a whole lot, I don't know you, I'm not in there with you, but I mean, just reviewing what I've seen, it has not risen to a level that would demonstrate to me that you're ready to return to the community and be a law-abiding contributing member. So, I mean, you have to look at things from our perspective. We have to go based on what you've done and what you've shown us. And I hope that you continue to work on yourself because we all need to do that. It's only room for improvement, right?
Yeah. So I will continue to work on myself.
Okay. Mr. Safra.
Mr. Montenegro, I want to ask you about something that you wrote about to the parole officer about addiction services program on your OAP.
Yes.
And you wrote several letters about that. At one point you said that you stated that you exaggerated your drug addiction in the past to get a GRI bad.
Yes.
Truthfully, you're not addicted to any drug.
No.
You also said you lied to the courts and DOC to get into a GRI program.
Yes.
So do you understand how it's problematic lying about your addiction issues?
Yes, this was when I first got arrested. When I first did time, I lied and told him I do drugs that I don't do because I wanted to get to the GRI bed.
Do you understand why that's a problem?
Yes, because I lied.
Yeah, what are the consequences of that?
I had to face them. They had to make me do programs, and that's what people said. But
that's one consequence, right? The record is going to follow you, right? If you say you have certain addiction issues, we're not drug and alcohol counselors. There's a record of that already, right? And so that's going to follow you. Another consequence is that you may be taking a program away from somebody who actually needs it.
Yeah.
Right. So do you need an addiction services program or not? It's at this point.
I don't because I don't smoke. I won't smoke no more marijuana. I don't drink alcohol. I don't do none of the drugs. I said I don't need no program. I will assist it. If you guys want me to assist it, I will assist it. But at this point, it sounds like you guys are going to deny me. I don't know why I have to depend my life. I have to prove to you guys. When I say I've been doing better, I've been doing better. I've been doing good. If you guys don't want to see that, if you guys want to go against me, it's not gonna change nothing. I'm still gonna come home. I'm complying with probation, parole. I do programs. I do everything I'm supposed to.
So you guys
Mr.
are trying
Montenegro,
to, you guys are trying to keep pushing me back. I don't even need parole. I'll just halfway then. I'll just like to waive parole and halfway because this is very upsetting. I keep hearing this, like you guys are going against me, it's upsetting.
Okay, let me just stop you right there. Nobody's against you. The best case scenario is for you to never come back into prison. That's what I want. That's what I'm sure other panel members want.
I truly believe I will never come back. I will never come back. I should have never took my first offer, 2.5 years, 10 years on my head, 5 years probation. I should have never took that offer. They took advantage of me because I was 18. I was young. I did not know about my rights. I did not know about my laws. I should have never. This is why I'm in this predicament right now. I would have never been here right now. For the charges I have, I made mistakes. I know, and I know what I have to do now. Every time I learn, as the time passes by, I learn. I learn more and more, and I fix up more and more areas as my life continues. All the stuff that I used to do when I was young, steal, rob, bring to cars, do everything. I don't do none of that no more. Fighting, I don't do none of that. I've really been changing. I'm smart enough to know what I need to change. I want to be successful. I want to be a good person. I want to have something in life. I want to have my own family, my things. I don't know. I got some sense in me, but as soon as I talk to you guys, the first lady, she's already going against me. She's already making it seem like I'm a problem. But at this point, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter no more. At this point, it doesn't matter no more. I'll continue to be good. I don't need to depend on you guys. I'll halfway. If I have to halfway, I'm gonna wait for halfway. I'll still make it there. Why wouldn't I make it there? I've been doing good. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do in jail, and I'm staying on my best behavior.
All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Certainly. So, Mr. Montenegro, parole isn't a cakewalk. You know, it's not a given. It's a privilege, not a right. And we have a responsibility to the public to protect public safety. And that's why we ask you these questions, because you can sit here and tell us that you're matured and you're changed, and we need to explore that with you so that we can come to our own conclusion about whether or not you've grown and changed. So here's a couple of points that, for me, raised a question about that. In your letter concerning programming, you said they're being very irresponsible, not getting me enrolled quick, and that you don't even need this program. Then you said that your sentence was fair, but by not getting the programs, you were concerned you'd be denied and made to do extra time. It's not extra time, it's your sentence, which is 30 months.
Yes.
There's no extra to it because you're not guaranteed the 50% release point, which is already passed anyway. So we have these correspondences from you that we've read that, to me, speak of great immaturity, that you're railing against DOC for not putting you in programs when you got a fighting ticket, which would have kept you out until that cleared. And, you know, and so you can't game the system by telling the judge, on one hand, you got a drug problem, and then you come into DOC and they want you to do a program and suddenly you don't have a problem. And I would suggest to you, Mr. Montenegro, that anybody who's using marijuana every day, that's a problem. It affects your brain, it affects your motivation, and it affected your relationship with your mother. I mean, it was already negative in your life. So you could benefit from any program you took. And I really think the program that you need, which isn't on your OAP, is anger management. I think you're struggling as a young person to learn how to regulate your emotions. We've already
because I've been locked up all my life. I've been locked up since I was 18. I have to depend on people like you guys. Like, why do I have to depend on you guys? Do you see my charges? My charges are petty. I shouldn't. There's no reason why I should be doing so much time like this.
All right.
There's no reason, like,
Panel Member Barry, where are you with Mr. Montenegro and his petty crimes?
I do not find Mr. Montenegro suitable today. He still has more work to do. I mean, I understand that he's very young and it sounds as if I'm going to call it passionate about the strides that he's made thus far and the change that he says that he's made. Unfortunately, I just don't believe that enough time has elapsed for him to prove that change to us. So I really came in with we here maybe, but now I am a denial based on the nature and circumstance and inadequate evidence of offender change and inadequate program participation.
I understand where you're coming from. I'm not sure that I'm on board with inadequate evidence of offender change. I think it's fantastic that he's working on his GED, that he's so close and that he's looking back going, I need this. And he does. He needs it to build the rest of his future as a foundation to have his GED. And I think he's starting to understand that you can't win by gaming the system, that dishonesty is not going to work in your favor. I really want to see him do an anger management program between the fighting DR and then the street fight in Waterbury in 2024. He needs to unpack why he is, expressing himself through aggression. And we even see the aggression in the correspondence. I mean, he's so angry. And I hope he can figure out why, because that's no way to go through life.
And that's where the inadequate evidence, in my opinion, because I mean, while on one hand, he's capable of doing great things, he continues to allow that emotional,
well, he's in a real victim mindset.
Right. So. And so for me, and even our discussion here today, like I'm saying to him that I understand things from your perspective, but from my perspective, I don't know you. And all we have is what we're reading,
Well, yeah. I mean, he was interviewed, a month ago? And he said his family puts him in jail. And so this lack of acceptance of responsibility is additionally concerning. He referred to his crimes as mistakes. No, they're crimes. They're choices that he's making.
He said they're petty. So, I mean, there's a bunch of things that
I think it's very unlucky. It's okay. I don't even need to see you guys no more. I like to wave you guys.
Sir. I don't
like to rely on you guys. I don't need to rely on you guys. I like to wave you guys. I'll make it home either way.
So, Mr. Montenegro, can you please stop interrupting us? We're just talking about.
I would like to waive parole. I'm good.
We are in the middle of the hearing, so we are going to finish our job. And if you were actually mature, you're going to sit there with your mouth closed and let us finish our job. Go ahead.
I am not in favor of his discretionary parole.
What are your reasons, please?
Inadequate institutional program participation, constitutional adjustments, poor performance, community supervision.
In the matter of Brian Montenegro, inmate number 427780, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, your poor performance on community release, your poor institutional adjustment, and your inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied. We wish you much success, sir.
This concludes the hearing for Brian Montenegro.
Hi, how are you doing today?
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Yard. Today is Friday, November 18th, 2025. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Health. Following board members are present this afternoon. Stating names on record, certified review all statutory required documents, and available printed information and preparations.
Nancy Turner.
Alex Sarkoff.
Panel Member Barry.
Please state your name and information number for the record.
Trayvon Norby, 434-239.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Trayvon Norby, inmate number 434-239. He is serving a sentence of 10 years execution suspended after 4 years jail with 3 years probation for conspiracy to commit larceny second, 6 counts of burglary third, conspiracy to commit burglary third, larceny third, conspiracy to commit larceny third, larceny first, criminal possession of a firearm, assault third, and interfering with an officer. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 3rd, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed any programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism.
Officer Menard, before you turn it over to Mr. Nordby, will you please slowly tell me what the conviction is? I think I missed one.
Yep. Just go over it again.
Yeah, conspiracy to burglary third and assault third. Conspiracy to larceny
second. And larceny third.
Okay. And 6 counts of burglary third.
Correct.
Criminal possession of a firearm.
Yep.
And larceny 1.
Larceny 1.
Oh, I didn't hear the larceny.
Okay.
And interfering with and resisting arrest.
And assault third, you got to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Was there a flat out larceny third? Not conspiracy?
Yes. First. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offenders.
I thought you did that already. No. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm supposed to turn it over to him. I think that's what you. Yeah.
So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I wrote a little something. I think I should be granted parole because the person who stands before you today is a change reform man with a plan to be successful in society. I've taken this time while I'm incarcerated to self-reflect and acknowledge the mistakes I've made, taking ownership for the things that I've done. The person who first entered DOC was a person without a plan to a successful future. I've been taking this time to make personal growth with my education, earning certificates in carpentry, and earning 3 of 4 GED tests while I've been here. I plan to fully obtain my GED. I've obtained my OSHA 10 since I've been here. I'm looking forward to furthering my education every day as far as I can. I found something I enjoy doing on a daily basis, which is carpentry. I plan to continue to learn and work and do carpentry in the communities. I've encountered many challenges while I was incarcerated, some more complicated than others. However, this made me stronger mentally and helped me to think before acting. I no longer have a desire to hang around those who don't care for their future as much as I do. Every day I intend to make myself the best version of myself. And I'm just hoping that with a chance, I could get out there and show my skill set that I've been learning while incarcerated to prove that this does work and people do change.
Wonderful. Thank you for taking the time to write that out. Mr. Norby, we'll be asking you questions based on the documents we read, your background, the current offenses, pre-sentence investigation, sentencing transcript, on and on and on. And then we'll discuss your case and make a decision about whether or not we're going to grant you early release discretionary parole. Ready to begin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll start with my colleague, Mr. Zarkov.
Good afternoon, Mr. Norby.
How are you doing?
Good, thank you. You've covered a lot of ground in your opening statements, but I do want to go back to the offenses that you're here for. This is a lot of criminal activity in a very short period of time. And you weren't out in the community for very long, right? When you committed these offenses? About a month?
No, sir.
Month and a half or so?
Yes, give or take.
Can you tell us why you were making those decisions at the time?
Not to use that I was young as an excuse, but I wasn't as developed as I am today. I was less educated. I didn't necessarily see the brighter side of things and look at things how I look at them now. I didn't have the same respect for myself back then that I do now.
What do you think has been the harm of those offenses?
Can you say that again, please?
What do you think has been the harm from those offenses?
The harm to those offenses have been, I affected the people whose businesses that were burglarized. I've hurt myself, I've hurt family members, I've affected communities in negative ways.
You have 16 tickets in the facility. Why do you think you've struggled so much with that?
When I first came in, I was still like a little on edge and coming to terms with my situation of being incarcerated. I wasn't where I wanted to be. I didn't see myself being as educated as I am. I wasn't looking forward to the things I look forward to now. I didn't necessarily see myself with a brighter future. And as I said, I've had a few mistakes since I've been in here, and I just hope that I get to move forward from them and continue to progress as a person.
You were in tier 2, right? But you were removed because of the tickets?
Yes.
You have not been able to do any programs probably because of so many tickets, but you are in GED right now, right?
Yes, and I currently volunteered for the Alternative Voices program, and I'm on the Voices waiting list for another program.
You mean alternatives to violence?
Yes, Alternative Violence.
So you volunteer for the program?
Yes.
What does that entail? What does that mean? You volunteer?
Like, because it's a volunteer program where you put yourself on a waiting list to enroll in the groups.
Voluntary.
Yes.
Voluntary.
Oh, okay, so you joined the wait list voluntarily?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and how's GED going?
I'm currently working on my math one. Still preparing for the test. Hopefully I get to take it sometime the beginning of next month.
Okay. It's progress, right?
Yes.
It's a big deal. Are there programs that you think will be helpful to you, either in the facility or in the community?
I really look forward to doing the Alternative to Violence program, seeing the kind of community I came from. I would like to learn more about ways to avoid negative situations, seeing that I've lost friends to gun violence, you know, being a gun offender, I don't want to put myself back in those same situations, and I want to learn how to maneuver in different environments so that way I could put myself in better predicaments to not put myself in harm's way.
Can you talk about your plans when you're released?
If upon release, if I didn't finish my GED while I was here, the first thing I want to do is enroll in adult education to continue that. We actually had a seminar a few months back with a program called Free to Succeed. They help you gain employment. They help you further your education with degrees. They help you with a bunch of other stuff when you get in the community to just make sure that you could become the person that you want to be.
Okay, is there anything else you want to say that we haven't covered already?
The last thing that I would like to say is I take full accountability for my mistakes. I feel remorseful for the people that it has affected. And I just hope moving forward, I could be a better person.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate you taking responsibility, but Mr. Norby, these were crimes, not mistakes. That minimizes it. Mistake is like forgetting to return a library book. You were breaking into restaurants, so it's always very concerning to me when I see somebody who, while intoxicated, gets a new conviction. Your assault third.
Yes, ma'am.
It was before you were sentenced. You were at MYI, and the officer was injured, and he was trying to restrain you from a fight that you were in with another inmate. So the situation just went from bad to worse.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's concerning to me. You got 3 DRs for that as well as a new charge. What also stood out for me were all the unconditional discharges that you got when you were sentenced in June of 2024. You got 2 counts of interfering and resisting. You got charged with having a large capacity magazine, 2 counts of criminal mischief, 2 counts of having burglary tools, and an attempted larceny 6. So all the things that we heard Officer Bernard list was actually much bigger than that, but they, gave you unconditional discharges on all of those things I just mentioned. So, the havoc that you were engaged in out in the community, you called it predicaments. I would say, havoc. So why would you choose to smoke K2 in the prison?
Truthfully, I was dealing with a lot mentally, and I was trying to escape a reality, not realizing that there was other ways to go about things. I realized that it wasn't the smartest idea, and not to say that I regret it, but I wish I would have did better for myself. Because
I do hope you regret it. I mean, you don't know what's in that stuff. And, I'm sure you've seen other people react very poorly to it. So that was just in May. So I appreciate that you've had the time to reflect and you believe you've changed and reformed, but what we have as evidence really doesn't support all that. I mean, I'm really glad that you're committed to your education. It's critical for your future, but you're undercutting yourself. Were you in tier 2 at the time you got the K2, the intox and the contraband tickets?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see the insanity of that?
Yes.
You had counselors. You had mental health. You had people you could have gone to for this, whatever you were dealing with. And instead you copped out, you took the easy way. And so why did you have an AR-15 in your home?
Truthfully, I was afraid of all the gun violence that was happening in my city. I had lost a friend that summer and a few years.
So you're going to carry a long rifle out into the community to keep yourself safe?
No, more of just home protection. Like people's homes were getting shot up in my town, and I feared for my family.
Where did you get the gun?
I had actually bought it.
Off the street?
Yes.
So you were in the unlawful possession of an illegal firearm. Where did you train on how to handle the weapon, load it, discharge, all that?
I was never trained on how to properly use it.
Okay. But somehow you thought you could keep yourself safe with a gun you didn't even know how to use. Do you hear the absurdity of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you are now a convicted felon. You have the deadly weapon offender registry ahead of you, and you are prohibited for the rest of your life from possessing firearms and ammunition. So be very careful.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, if you're going to have a gun and you're going to have it loaded, then what that says is you're prepared to take the life of another person. We don't have stand your ground laws in Connecticut. So, you know, you gotta consider where this is going. You get another gun charge and your sentences are just gonna grow.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
see on the evening news, the gun violence epidemic in our state. And you are willing to be part of that by buying a gun off the street. If you think you need a gun to go somewhere because it's so unsafe, don't go there. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Berry, any questions for Mr. Norby?
I do have questions. I just want to tell, say to Mr. Norby that, you know, I'm proud of you for pursuing your high school diploma. You have a few things, in your corner right now. Your age and your ability to turn your life around. You know, you don't have to let this be your life, Mr. Norby. You have to believe in yourself and remove yourself from these kinds of situations because you are out there doing this for no good reason at all. And I really do hope that you take your education seriously and continue to pursue the things that you like to do and do with them in a law-abiding way. Honestly, you don't have. I mean, you smoked this K2 and you were vomiting. You couldn't respond to their verbal, them verbally trying to get you to respond. But but that aside from the marijuana, you don't suffer from like heroin addiction or crack cocaine. But if you continue on this path, it will eventually lead to that. So you have so many things and you're positive. I need you to focus on that stuff rather than the negative and the get rich quick schemes. Okay? Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Give us just a few minutes, sir. Mr. Zarkov?
Norby here, a number of convictions, mostly for burglary, third degree. Well, there's also possession of a weapon, larceny, and a number of very serious offenses. He received 16 tickets, incarceration. One of those was an assault of a correctional officer. The tickets impacted his ability to take programs. He wasn't here to, was removed because of the tickets. He's getting his GED, which is great. He's on the right track there. He is very young. I think he can turn his life around, but going to be a no discussion of parole today. It's just too much.
Councilmember Berry?
I also do not find Mr. Nordby suitable for discretionary parole today. I think that he did himself in with the number of tickets that he's received, but I do believe that he aspires to change, and I really hope that if he focuses on that he will be successful, but I don't have him granted parole today. I would be willing to rehear him, and I know that he's not done until 27, but at least hopefully that will give him some incentive to stay out of trouble if he's able to, but his crimes are serious. So,
You know, and I kind of lean that way myself, but you know, the contraband, the intox, the assault, and not just the new assault conviction, but the assault DRs, you know, it's along with the assault, the AR-15 just is a huge ask for the next panel. So I'm kind of ambivalent about rehear. Where are you?
I wasn't sure if there's enough time to actually bring it back for rehear, but I'll be willing to discuss it, certainly.
I appreciated his explanation of the assault on the police, on the correctional officer. He said that the officer really was just trying to break up the fight, and he, was in the crossfire according to him. He knows that he acknowledged at least that he was in the wrong.
Yeah, but he was in the process of getting cuffed when he resisted and he re-engaged, both fighting the inmate and fighting the CO. So, he escalated the situation on his own, causing injury and hence the assault third.
I mean, but I'm just saying, he said that the officer really basically was just doing his job and that he didn't deserve what happened to him. So I could appreciate that, is what I'm saying. But
I think he has underestimated the problem he has with marijuana and alcohol.
Well, it's not his own feature, so.
Yeah, and perhaps his biggest challenge will be, not getting any additional disciplinary.
But that would be
reports.
us. That would be.
Right, it's up to him. But the other thing is, I felt like his answer to you, Mr. Zarkov, about the harm that he caused was just really insufficient. He said the businesses, then he says he hurt himself. And I'd love to see him take voices so that he can more fully appreciate, hardworking people, trying to run a business in the community. And then, through no fault of their own, their business gets burglarized, and the expenses, the insurance, the paperwork, the repairs, all of that, costs them out of pocket and, and shakes their trust in their community, is something he should be reflecting on. When he says that he's, self-reflecting and reformed, I think he needs to look more closely at the harm he was doing and think about how we can get back to make up for some of that harm. We okay with July?
Yes.
Okay. And for now, for institutional adjustment, inadequate program participation.
Yes. Yeah, I would add, and evidence of offender change.
Okay.
Positive programs, no DR.
Yeah, because we're not seeing the evidence. Okay. So in the matter of Trayvon Nordby, inmate number 434239, there's a motion to deny parole at this time due to your poor institutional adjustment and your inadequate program participation in evidence of offender change. I further move that we rehear you in July of 2026, recommending that you not get any additional disciplinary reports, that you continue on with school and you complete positive programs. You heard us talk about what some of those are. It might be the alternatives to violence that you want to get in. I would, Voices is already on your OAP. There's things to try out there and come back with a strong release plan and relapse prevention plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll see you in July.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Hearing for Trayvon Nordby. Report.
Perez?
Hello.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Menard. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record, signed by their statutorily required documents, and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Alex Sarkoff.
Councilmember Berry, good afternoon.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Edwin Isaiah Perez, 448775.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Edwin Perez, inmate number 448775. He is serving a sentence of 10 years execution suspended after 3 years jail with 10 years probation for sexual assault, second degree, and illegal sexual contact. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of November 12th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the problem sexual behavior short track program and tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, good morning, members of the board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to begin by expressing my sincere remorse to the people I hurt and to my community. I do take full responsibility for my actions and for the pain they caused. When this offense occurred, I was in a place of deep darkness, isolation, and grieving. I went looking for connection in a horribly unhealthy way, and I understand how now that my choices caused real pain to others. During my time incarcerated, I've reflected deeply on what I did and why I was so grievously wrong. Through my faith in God, counseling, and deep personal work, I've taken every step I could to change the person I used to be. I can't even recognize who I was before. When outside, I was in a constant state of depression, drifting listlessly from one vice to another. Yet, since being sentenced, I've grown in ways I couldn't even previously imagined. I've learned how to manage my emotions, make better, more thought-out decisions, and take full responsibility for my actions. I've learned patience, resilience, and how to make use of my fantastic support system. Something that, had I done to begin with, I might not have been in this situation. I've mentored others, helping to steer them away from both harmful substances and violence, as well as starting several regular Bible studies with other inmates. These experiences, as well as my time working as a tierman, have helped me become someone who contributes positively rather than causes harm, a leader rather than one led by impulse and selfishness. I have received 2 very low risk assessments, one from a CATSO exam I completed before my sentence, and another from the problem sexual behaviors class I took here. This class helped me learn about the impact of victims, recognize my distorted thoughts, and taught me techniques to avoid problematic situations and future harm. If granted parole, I have a concrete plan to succeed. While I want to learn a trade in the near future, I've been offered a job at Napa Auto Parts upon release. I also have enough money for a small apartment, and I have a car in the shop. I've contacted my therapist at Community Health Resources to help me stay on a good path mentally and reintegrate back into day-to-day life. Finally, I want to join a church, and when I'm sufficiently stable, I want to give it back to my community and help people by volunteering my time. I can't undo my past and what I did, but I will continue to learn and grow from it. This experience has changed every facet of my life, and it was only through this adversity that I was able to make the radical changes I needed to achieve coherence. I grieve deeply and daily for my victim and those I hurt, and I've dedicated myself to becoming someone better, someone who adds value and does right by others. I'm asking today for the chance to prove this through my positive actions on the outside. Thank you for your time and for considering me for this privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Appreciate when individuals take the time to write out their thoughts. So we're going to ask you questions based on the documents we've read, and then we will discuss your case as to whether we're going to grant you discretionary parole to finish your 3 years you have to serve out in the community. You do have 7 years of this sentence hanging over your head when you go out to 10 years of probation and 10 years on the state sex offender registry. We did receive support letters, and recognize that you've had the one DR, but it was so recent. So why were you attempting to gain access to a restricted area?
So, first off, I'd like to say that while I signed the document, I only realized afterwards what it said. I wasn't trying to gain access.
Why did you sign something you didn't read?
For the sole purpose that I assumed that they would tell the truth about that matter. I asked if, well, I understand, and I'm all for taking full responsibility. But if I didn't sign that, you would have seen that I didn't try to gain access. All I did was flick the lock, and that is very infantile, and I regret it. But I didn't even look at the door when I did. Even the lieutenant.
You do understand that this was caught on camera.
Yes. Yeah, even the
Slammed the
lieutenant.
lock against the door when you couldn't gain entry, and then you went down the hallway.
Right. It was as I was on my way to medication. As I've seen a lot of inmates do, I know it's not to follow others. But I simply, as I've done with the mailboxes, I've seen a lot of people do it. That's on me. I just put my finger out and touched it. That was it. And if you would check the cameras, I promise you that you would see that I didn't look at the door and that I had no malicious intent. It was dumb, it was foolish, it was childish even, but I was not attempting to gain access. The lieutenant himself said that to justify me going to segregation, that he had to write it down that way.
You can stop there, because we're not going to accept information that you're conveying what a lieutenant said about this charge. We're looking at the fact that you got the DR and you signed it. So yes. We'll move on from there.
All right, I apologize.
So what exactly were you grieving?
What I was grieving was my grandmother was passing. I was the sole caretaker at the time. It was a time of great just loss.
You coped with her imminent death by going on Snapchat and then having illegal sexual contact with a minor.
Right. So what happened was that I was looking for it in sexual encounters. And at the time, I was not aware that she was that age. Later on, I did find out. Miss, I promise you, I'm telling you the absolute truth. Later on, I found out, and what I did was, on my end, I did not stop. Okay, that is what I did. Later on, when I found out, I just didn't, and that's on me. I keep full responsibility for what's happened.
Okay, but you did actively suggest that the victim lured you into the sexual contact, thereby blaming her for you being weak.
100%, and I refute those. Now that I said, I refute all that. Since I've been in here, I've accepted all responsibility for that. I was the victim. She was the victim. I'm not the victim.
Okay, so what are the distorted thoughts that you learned about in treatment?
So all or nothing thinking. At that point, I was already in it, and I was. I thought, hey, since I'm already doing this, what's stopping now? You know. On top of that, it was generalization. It was thinking that generalization, I believe it was. I was basically generalizing what her thoughts were, and I was putting this whole sexual encounter in a compartmentalized space where I was in my head, it was okay, but it really wasn't. It was something that at the same time as it being not okay, it was okay. And that was my distorted thought. It was not right. It was not good. It was just something that clashing thoughts came together. It was not who I am. It's not.
So Mr. Perez, why was it not okay?
Because she was a minor, because she was underage, because she could not consent Because I was deceptive, because I was, I didn't stop looking, going through these things. I didn't stop,
In what
I didn't
ways
stop
were you
pursuing her.
deceptive?
Towards the end, I acted like I didn't know, and I did. And I acted this entire time, I deceived her, you know? And by that, I mean that, you know, I said I was 18. I said I was, I think, 18 or 19, you know? And that's on me, you know, that's deception.
Did you learn about grooming in the program that you completed?
I did, yes.
Okay. So were you able to identify ways in which you groomed this victim?
I was, yes.
Could you share that with us?
Okay. So love bombing, a lot of love. I would show a lot of love, and I would, you know, almost make it so it was hard to be separated from me. There was also I would constantly talk to her, constantly. I would tell her she was mature for her age, and she was, you know, she was mature, and that's what I kept telling her. And that almost,
Was that a rationalization in your mind for
Yes.
maturity? Somehow you
Yes.
thought it wouldn't affect her negatively as much as it did because she was
Yeah,
mature and ready for it?
no, I think it was more rationalization that the whole thing was rationalization, really, that this wouldn't affect her, that I wasn't just using her.
Okay.
I mean that
So
I wasn't using her as lust, you know. It's horrible.
A distraction.
I hate that this happened.
a distraction from life and your responsibilities. So the constant contact, that was a way to control her?
You know, looking back on it, I suppose so, yeah. I a lot of this stuff just kind of happened, and I kind of, I wasn't
That's the
actively
opposite
trying.
of controlling. And that's the opposite of grooming. Grooming is you are furthering the connection with the victim in such a way that you can facilitate the sexual contact that is your objective. And that's why you introduced her to marijuana, right?
I believe I introduced her with cigarettes. I gave her cigarettes. You know,
She reported it was marijuana.
all right. Well, I won't deny that then. I'm sorry. My memory is not always great, but I do. Yes, sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's fine, Mr. Perez. I'm just offering evidence that I've read about the actions you undertook to groom the victim.
Yes.
And I'm checking in with you that you in fact did these things as part of you taking full responsibility.
Right. Well, I do accept full responsibility for that.
Okay. So across the documents between the pre-sentence investigation, sex offender evaluation, the police report, etc., I made a list of the reasons, not that any of them are excuses, but what was underpinning perhaps your motivation to violate this 13-year-old child. You were lonely, you were depressed, you wanted affection, you were dealing with stress, and you had low self-esteem. Did I is that a pretty complete list? Was there anything else?
No, I definitely don't want to excuse them by those things, but yes, they're the things I was feeling at the time.
Right, and you wanted the distraction of sexual gratification. We could add that to the list too, right? Okay, so, you know, I think about you saying to us that you've changed a lot in prison and that you believe you're a better person now.
Yes.
Did I understand that? And I look at this list and I think just about all of that you transferred to your victim.
Yes.
Because she said she's been changed in a bad way by you exploiting her sexually. So she's probably dealing with depression, low self-esteem, loneliness.
Yes.
As well as trust issues, probably
100%.
some anger underlying her depression.
Yes.
So it's an interesting table flip.
Yes.
So you go from feeling all this bad stuff to now feeling much better. And the
victim is, yes. I
the
understand.
cost of you feeling better was what this victim is now living with for the rest of her life.
100%.
All right, Ms. Berry, any questions for Mr. Perez?
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Charcoal?
I just have a quick question, Mr. Perez. Something that jumped out to me from the pre-sentence investigation report. There's a point where you were asked about your version of events, and you said, the only reason I didn't fight the case is because I was facing 30 years. I was just wondering if you can elaborate on what you meant there.
I had certain evidence that I wanted to bring about to support some of my claims because though I agree with most of what happened, there were a few things that were erroneous. Well, for example, I had certain screenshots that basically confirmed that I asked about her age and that we went through that whole rigmarole. There was also things about oral sex where I don't enjoy oral sex, and she said that she gave it to me. But there was a few things that they just didn't add up, but they definitely wouldn't have won me the case, that's for sure. Because I did what I did, and I admit that.
Okay. And
I said a lot of stupid things before coming in here. It was only after being sentenced that I started really being truthful with myself and what happened.
okay, thank you.
Yes.
So, Mr. Perez, we're going to talk, just give us a few minutes.
Sure.
So, it's clear to me that Mr. Perez benefited from the problem sexual behavior treatment program because he is able to lay out his distorted thinking that was underpinning his choice to victimize a child and yeah, even after he knew she was a minor. He's appreciating the selfishness, the impulsivity. Those went on for a period of time. I think even the concept of grooming, he has some appreciation for. It's just it's a fancy word for manipulate, right? So
It was very manipulative. Yes. I agree.
So thus far, he's taken tier 2 and short track. I'd like to see him take the Voices program. He is not end of sentence until the end of March of 2027. So I would not be prepared to grant him that much time on discretionary parole. So there is work that he can continue to do, in preparing. He mentioned an auto parts job, but I don't think we have any verification of that. He talks about having a strong support system. He doesn't have a sponsor. he should be recognized for taking care of his mental health needs, which I think is so critical. So I do not have him granted today based on the nature and circumstance of his offenses. And I would like to see him take some additional programming. Ms. Berry, your thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too do not have Mr. Perez voted to parole today. While I can appreciate all of his efforts, and I made note when I was reading his file that there was great feedback in the sex offender synopsis after his treatment. It really does look as if he has gained some great insight into his behaviors and has been active in his rehabilitation. However, because of the nature and circumstance of this offense, I do not have Mr. Perez returning for another hearing. I think that the 3 years that was given for his sex assault in the second degree was generous.
Mr. Zarkov, where are you with Mr. Perez?
So I agree with both of you. I cannot support discussion for today. I would be willing to hear him back. He did show some insight for programming, and I would like to see him come back. No programs, no tickets, salary raise plan. That's the state of mind.
Okay, something like September of next year, which would afford him 6 months of discretionary parole if he's successful with our recommendations. So in the matter of Edwin Perez, there, inmate number 448775, there is a motion to deny parole at this time due to the nature and circumstance of your offense and your inadequate release plan. I'm going to further move to rehear you in September of 2026. We recommend you not get any additional disciplinary reports and look to complete additional positive programming. We'd like to see you come back with a solid release plan. If you have a job offer, we want a letter confirming you have a job offer. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. And I will note that panel member Barry was not in favor of the rehear.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing.
Thank you very much. The system has been very fair to me, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Edwin Perez 44877. You're all set.
Oh, sure. Thank you. God bless. Have a good day.
Let's have a seat. And Phillips, you're ready. I do not have any water for you. You can get some in a minute.
Very thoughtful.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Menard. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2025. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record, certified they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this.
Nancy Turner.
Good afternoon, Alex Sarkov.
Panel member Barry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Matthew Phillips, 320697.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Matthew Phillips, 320697, serving a sentence of 4 years jail for failure to appear first, larceny sixth, violation of probation with the underlying offense of forgery second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 10th, 2025. There's no victim input in this case. This inmate was heard by the board on April 2nd, 2025. He was denied parole and a new hearing date was set. Since the last hearing, the offender has completed the following programs. He's completed Tier 2 New Thoughts. Mr. Phillips continues to participate in MAP programs and is awaiting list on the waiting list for voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score for the first innovating falls within the high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes, how you doing today? Thank you for having me in again. I wrote down a little something for you guys here. Since I left in April, as you said, I did the 2 programs, the New Thoughts at Tier 2. I stayed out of trouble. I learned about a little bit more about my addiction, criminal behavior. I've come up with ways to deal with them. I feel I have worked hard despite recovering from a pretty significant illness with hospitalization. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but I do feel like I can benefit from a halfway house if released. I have a doctor out there right now for my mental health therapist. I would get into the NA meetings. I'm also interested in returning back to the workforce, so that would be my plan based upon release. I would like to go to a place that has, addiction as a focus, like the Open Hearth in Hartford. Possibility, save money and
You were finished, sir?
yes, yeah, I was finished.
Okay, so you know how this process works. Our questions today will begin with Mr. Zarkov.
Good afternoon, Mr. Phillips. So since your last hearing, you did not receive any tickets, right?
Yes.
You completed the Tier 2 program?
Yes.
Can you tell us again what you got from that?
I mean, I learned about addiction, how to, come up with ways on dealing with them. For me, it's mostly through talking, kind of dealing with my triggers as they come up. I've had a lot of experience in trying to deal with this stuff, and I believe that the meetings and that's my best option. They also taught me a lot about they're doing now is a lot about how to use Narcan. They did a whole class on that. I didn't know exactly how to do that, so that was good. Also did New Thoughts.
Right, and you did Tier 4 before, right?
Yes, I did.
Why do you think that hasn't worked for you?
Why didn't it work?
Yeah.
Program's only going to work as much as I work it. It did work for a little while, and I ended up relapsing. I made a choice. There was a day that came up that I wanted to use more than I wanted to stay clean. I had the tools. I didn't apply them.
Okay, tell us how you're going to apply them when you return to the community.
Right now, by getting a Narcotics Anonymous sponsor, I'm aware of where all the meetings are in the Hartford area. I have people out there. I have a network already of family, made up of family and friends, and just basically the step work. And for me, it's dealing with my mental health also. I have a doctor, a therapist, and that's an important part of it because, like I said, it hasn't worked before. It has worked before, and it has worked for time, what I feel a significant time in the past. But it's a full, I have to apply for my, I'm a little bit nervous today too. I'm sorry. I might want to point that out. So I don't think I'm, everything has to be working. Otherwise, it's not gonna work.
You talked about meetings, you're going to attend NA meetings in the community?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Do you do that in the facility?
Yes, I did. I did it in Cybolski and I did it here, yes.
You do that now?
Yep.
You do?
Yep.
What days do you go?
Monday nights.
How long have you been doing that?
2 months here, and I did it the whole time I was in Cybolski. I gave you guys, I came with the, I had the lady write something up from before. They weren't really open to that here, but at Cybolski, they wrote up a thing saying the exact meetings I went to and all that.
Okay. You haven't done well in supervision before. What do you think is going to be different this time?
Just gonna have to do it. I mean, I feel I'm ready. I feel like I've been committed long enough at this point. I made doing the right thing important. I made it a priority.
What do you think is going to be a challenge?
What do I think is gonna be a challenge?
Yeah.
Life is a challenge. You know, every day there's gonna be a challenge. I'm sure. It's how do I deal with it?
All right, what about plans for employment?
Yes, I have plans on, I'm gonna start out, there was a temp agency in Hartford that I worked before they sent me out to jobs and I gained employment through them and I'm gonna start with that this time. And like I said, I mentioned that there's a really good job program in Hartford too. At the Department Connecticut Works. I'll go back there and gain employment. It's an important part of what I'm trying to do.
All right, Mr. Phillips, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Phillips, you know, you've done a good job. Are you still in the kitchen?
Nope. No, I don't know if you guys know, but I got really sick. I was in Cybolski. I almost died actually. They had to hit me with the electronic thing. I was in the St. Francis Hospital in intensive care for.
Mr. Phillips, you have a right to your privacy. So this hearing is being live streamed and I'm concerned for you putting too much personal medical information out to the public.
Okay.
We are aware that you've had some hardships.
Yeah, so no, I'm not in the kitchen anymore. I've just been kind of trying to get better.
All right. I'm glad that you know about resources in Hartford to help you with employment. And understand, I know you've really struggled with supervision in the community in the past, but understand that your parole officer, if you're granted today, wants you to be successful and they can help you do that. They can connect you to programs and services, but you got to be in communication with your parole officer. Let them know when you're starting to feel stressed before you make poor decisions that have consequences that you have to face. So, you know, let them be part of your support team. And they can also help you with, they know about employers that hire people with criminal histories. Okay. Yes. So, you know, consider them part of your support system. So, panel member Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Phillips, I was on your prior panel in April, and I was one of the people who did not believe that you deserved to be here. And part of the reason was because they really did try to work with you when on probation before you were out in the. You were referred to Wheeler's Clinic in November of 2019, and by December 2nd, you were already testing dirty for using fentanyl. And then they kept trying to refer you to another IOP, and you just weren't going. You know,
And your substance abuse problem dates back to the year 2004. So you've been doing this for a number of years. And
Yes.
I really felt that you had squandered your prior releases, which is why I just wanted you to understand my position, that my position really has not changed today. I am happy to see, though, that you were able to do what the last people that I was serving with, that what they asked you to do. And also, I'm also happy to see that you are halfway house approved. So someone seeing that you could benefit from parole, from some supervision out in the community, if I can get the words out of my mouth. And I'm happy to see that you're still heading in a positive direction. So good luck to you. Thank you.
Right. So we're going to talk about your case. We're done with the questions, but I just want to say, you know, the fact that you were using fentanyl and now that you've suffered some medical consequences for your lifestyle, I hope you appreciate that the risk to you surviving future drug use is the highest it could possibly be. Yeah. You know, and I bring that up because you specifically mentioned Narcan and, you know, that you got that out of tier 2. You know, I'm not sure people are all that, like, you know, self-administering is a thing, but, you know, the whether you can survive, you know, I'm sure you've given a lot of thought to. Okay. Mr. Zarko?
Well, Mr. Phillips was on probation. He committed a number of offenses, including larceny, 6th degree, failure to appear. He has a long criminal record. This is his 7th incarceration for the sentence over a year. At the same time, he has done what the board recommended that he does, including station positive programs for the tier 2. He completed New Thoughts. He received no tickets since his last hearing. He does not have a good record on supervision, but you know, he's 48 years old, and hopefully this is the time when he's turning it around. I'll be willing to support his discretionary parole.
And I do appreciate the efforts that he's made. I think my vote to support discretionary parole has to do with a flat sentence. You know, not having a sponsor out in the community, a long history of abusing illegal substances that puts him at high risk. And I think his best chance for success is the stabilizing influence that parole can provide and the support that goes with that. So, and Ms. Berry, we understand. Thank you. As you said. Conditions, I have halfway house, no alcohol, and a mental health evaluation treatment is being necessary. Anything else?
No, that's
okay. So in the matter of Matthew Phillips, inmate number 320697, there is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of November 14th, 2025 with the following conditions: halfway house placement, no consumption of alcoholic beverages, and a mental health evaluation and engaging in treatment is deemed necessary. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Yay.
So this was a majority decision. You know, we set it for today, but obviously you're not going to go out today with your need for a halfway house. So be patient, and we wish you much success, and remember to use your parole officer to help you.
Thank you very much.
This concludes the hearing for Matthew Phillips, inmate number 320697.
Okay, I need,
Good.
You're all set.
Thank you.
That's fine.
The rest of you. She's gonna bring you back. You're welcome. Okay, Schultz, come on.
Battery died? Oh.
Good afternoon, ladies. Parole Officer Menard. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Funds. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Good afternoon, Alex Starkov.
Panel Member Barry, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Daryl Schultz, 238513.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Daryl Schultz, inmate number 238513. He is serving a sentence of 5 years jail for failure to appear first and violation of probation with the underlying sentence of sales of controlled substance and failure to appear first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 21st, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender, and Mr. Schultz has completed Tier 4 and is currently participating in the MAP program and attending NA. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, I've got a letter I'd like to read.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the Parole Board for your time and concern. Prior to my incarceration, I successfully completed a 3-month inpatient rehabilitation program, which started my foundation of sobriety. Since I started my incarceration, it gave me a chance to continue to keep working on myself. Getting into Tier 4 was the best thing I did. I learned more about myself and my addiction, and also took accountability for my actions. I made amends with my past, and I apologize to anyone who was affected by my actions and to the community as a whole. I'm very disappointed in myself, but I am working to get past that. When I would speak in groups, some things really hit home and hurt. Sometimes it would bring tears to my eyes. I have a beautiful daughter and a 4-year-old grandson. I also have 3 brothers who support me in every way. I have the motivation and determination to succeed with my sobriety and goals I have for myself. It's time for me to be about it and not just talk about it. I'm a heavy equipment operator, and once I am situated, I have a company that I can go back to work for. I want to go to a halfway house, and I plan to work. I plan to go to relapse prevention at the clinic I go to. I'm also going to find any meeting to go to and find a sponsor and meet people who are winners. And that's what I want to be, is a winner. I want to be around my loved ones and just be happy. I want a normal life. I feel I have grown and matured as a man, and I will continue to do so. Like my daughter said, as long as I do the right thing, good things will happen for me. Eventually, I would like to help other addicts if possible. I was starting this C-CAR program, but the counselor is on vacation now. So I will continue to better myself, work hard, and accomplish my goals. I know I will have bumps in the road of recovery, but I will have the coping skills to get through it successfully and take one day at a time. I would like to thank you for your time. Parole is not only an opportunity, but it is also a privilege.
Okay, well, thank you, sir. We appreciate that you took the time to write that down. We're going to ask you questions, beginning with my colleague, Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Schultz, I appreciate your opening comments as well. I'm glad to see that you were able to take the best program that DLC offer that Tier 4 program. It's my understanding provides that sober network there in that, facility, a safe place for you guys to really get into the reasons why you struggle with substance abuse and really hopefully jumpstart your recovery once released out into the community. So I commend you for accepting the program. I know a lot of people we see, they always choose to take the Tier 2 program because even though it's intensive, but it's not as expensive as the Tier 4 program. And with the drugstore 4, I appreciate your recognizing that you struggle with this problem. That said, let's talk a little bit about why you were doing so poorly when you were out on probation. I think that there may be a typographical error in our decision information summary. I think that the officer noted that you were on probation for a sale of controlled substance and that your probation was terminated. Were you on for more than one sale? Because that's what you're serving currently, right?
Yes.
Violation of probation with the sales of a controlled substance underlying in 2 failure to appears?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's an error. Okay.
And
And
one of the, sorry.
go ahead.
One of the failures to appear, I was in the hospital because I had a construction accident and I had to deal with a amputation, and I don't know why they still kept the failure to appear.
They're going to keep it because you didn't show up and you had a court date and you didn't take the proper steps to notify them. So,
well, I notified my lawyer, but I don't know why they still,
your attorney is coupled in that day.
Yes.
So, my concern is that you were released from prison, it says on July 9th of 2020. And by the 11th, the same month, 2 days later, you were already not showing up to probation. They tried to put you in intensive outpatient treatment. You were not compliant. Tell us what was going on that it was so difficult for you to be compliant on probation.
Well, it was COVID at the time, and I did show up. What happened was I got two little jobs to get myself going. I got a little place to stay.
Mr. Schultz, I'm going to stop you because the officer, your probation officer out in the community, they make a detailed report for us to review. And according to his report, you weren't working the 2 jobs. You were not showing up like you were supposed to. So you were not doing well. I saw that you said that you were working at these jobs. What was it? It wasn't Cumberland Farms. You told us that you were working 2 jobs, Cumberland Farms and Taco Bell.
I was working those 2 jobs.
Yeah, right. But it wasn't for as long as you were saying that you had done, according to the report that the officer prepared. That's neither here nor there. I'm more concerned about why you were struggling on probation.
To be honest with you, it was just a lot was going on in my personal life, and I just didn't take the right steps to take care of it. And
so when you say a lot of things were going on in your personal life, tell me a few.
I was having some medical issues, and my daughter's mother had left me, and I just didn't take the proper steps to.
And I asked you those things because right now you're in a controlled environment where you were just telling us that you were struggling with some medical stuff, right? And you didn't use while you've been in there. So I'm just curious to know, or you remains compliant in the facility, because I don't show any disciplinary infractions this big. So why is it easier for you to comply in there than it is out in the community?
Why was it easier to comply in here?
Yeah.
I really just, I just, like I said, I went inpatient and I just, you know, I realized that I messed up and I didn't want to go down that road. And, you know, I just wanted to better myself. And that's why I'm just doing what I can now. And I want to continue on the outside because I'm tired of hurting myself and my loved ones. I mean,
Well, we're tired of you hurting yourself as well. But
I know.
I'm trying to reconcile, I guess, your pattern of and your history, opposed to you're saying to us today that, you know, I've really taken this program and I really do think this is going to be it. Because you've been struggling with this. Your criminal history dates back to 1996, 95. I show your crime. So you've been in and out, committing these crimes, trying to support your habit for a number of years. When you were on probation, the officer sent you to the Liberation House and they were trying to get you all kinds of treatment, but it just wasn't sticking. So I'm curious to know, or can you share with us today, what is different about post treatment opposed to the treatment that you just received?
Well, one thing I did was doing then was the clinic I go to, I was doing intensive outpatient. And she wanted me to go inpatient for 4 months. And I just, you know, I asked her, I said, could I continue doing outpatient? So, because I'm going to lose the little bit that I got going for me. You know, I realized I goofed up, but, you know, I just didn't know, you know.
So Mr. Schultz, and I apologize if I'm saying your name incorrectly, but I'm going to share with you what I wrote down from I think it was like 54 page or 80 some odd page violation of probation report. I wrote down, when you were released from prison, you gave your brother as a sponsor, and your brother declined to act as your sponsor because he said he hadn't spoken to you in several years. And then they said that they found some place for you to go. And then you said because it was too far from where you wanted to be, you arranged housing someplace else, but that never even panned out. And then you just stopped reporting. You started testing dirty, and it was a downward spiral from there. And I bring that to your attention because it sounds as if when things aren't going the way that you really want them to go, or that you believe the way that they should go, then you start resorting to resolving matters in your own way. And when you're under supervision for crimes that you committed, and if they're giving you the grace of allowing you to serve your time out in the community opposed to being there in the facility, I would think that doing what was asked of you would be a no-brainer.
Yes, you're absolutely right, ma'am. I mean, I like I said, I take responsibility for my actions. They were not the right actions, but you know, I did work on myself, and I just know that I don't want to go through this no more.
Yeah, we don't want you either.
The only thing I can say is I will do whatever I got to do so I don't got to come back in here now, because
that's good to hear.
I did not follow the right.
I can appreciate your acknowledging that because you weren't. So let's move forward from there. Tell us what's your longest period of clean time out in the community?
About almost 2 years.
Okay, and when was that?
That was back in from 90. It was a while ago.
Right.
It was like 98 to 2000.
Wow. You know, if you continue down this path of putting all this poison into your body, you're not going to last much longer. You're 57 now?
Yes.
You want to live to be 60?
Yes, I do.
And you have to change some things. So you've done enough harm to your body that it should be shutting down on you. I mean, we see people far younger than you that just simply don't make it with this kind of drug use. you know?
I realize that, I acknowledge that, and
Yeah.
it scares me. And like I said, I just, I've had a lot of time to sit back and think, and I just, I do want to live, and I got my daughter, and I love her to death, and
Well, you have to want to do it
I'm
for you.
disgusted with myself for,
Yeah,
I
I understand.
how
But all
long
you
I've
can
been
do is,
doing it.
yeah, all you can do is try to do better. That's it. That's it.
And
Just try to-
listen, it's like this, I used to do what I had to do to get to drugs. Well, now it's time that I put my foot down and I do what I got to do to stay clean. Because to be honest with you, I used to think that, I could use once in a while and, things will be good. This, that. No, I know now that it's not going to happen.
Nope.
This is always the end result. And I don't want to go through this anymore. And that's why, I said that, I would love to go to a halfway house and just, continue on my meth program and do relapse prevention. If I feel I got to do IOP, I'll do IOP and do NA, get sponsored and continue and surround myself with winners, because I know who I got to stay away from, and I'm going to stay away from them. And if I got to move away from the town that I was at, which was Danbury, well, the closest town from there is New Milford, and that's where I grew up. And I'm just going to do what I got to do, because I know I've had a horrible life, and I have not done right, and I totally did mess up probation.
Mr. Schultz, I appreciate your reflection. It sounds like you've gained some insight into your behaviors and you recognize that you have to change them if you're going to be successful. So I appreciate you speaking with me, and I'm going to turn the hearing back over to the panel chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Certainly. Before I pass the question on to Mr. Zarkov, Mr. Schultz, what I was picking up on in your conversation with panel member Barry, the idea that you could just use a little, that's called stinking thinking, and it is the hallmark of addiction. And that's why you need a network of people who can check that kind of thinking when you start down that. But when she was asking you about why you were so non-compliant with treatment and probation, one of the things that I noticed from the 7-page arrest warrant that the probation officer prepared for us is you had no stability in your housing.
Right.
And they tried, but you wanted what you wanted. And then it doesn't pan out. And then you use homelessness as one of the reasons for the larceny. I'm sorry. No. The no address is a reason for not having home visits, not getting back to your parole officer, your probation officer. So, the fact that you're sitting here today saying, I'm going to do the halfway house, that's progress, because, it's been 57 years. Mr. Schultz knows what the right thing to do is, or is going to do what Mr. Schultz wants to do. And this is where it's gotten you, right?
Yes.
And, the thing that really stood out for me that, took me aback after reading the arrest warrant was in your interview with Officer Menard saying, I gave probation a dirty urine. I asked my PO for an IOP, and she refused and violated me.
Yeah,
I'm like, damn, that is a real distortion of what was going on. So what I wrote is between July and December, when your probation began in December, you spent 6 months dodging your probation officer, hiding your residence, hiding your treatment, and this arrest warrant lists Liberation House, MCCA, AIC, and Connecticut Counseling Your probation officer should be commended for the amount of effort put into trying to get you the help that you needed. And you just didn't want to do any of it. And 1,001 excuses. So, you know, I agree. I'm concerned for you and it's time for change. Mr. Zarko. Oh. Your attorney said at sentencing that you were self-medicating your mental health issues. Did I hear you say, in terms of your plan, that you have a provider that you're going to seek out for your mental health?
Dr. Mabasa is who my doctor that I see on the outside. I would have to, like, if I go to a halfway house, depending on what area it is, I would have to find someone in that area.
Well,
you know, for mental health, yes.
Right. There are providers all over the state.
I deal with deep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I realize that. I deal with depression. Yes, because, like I said, I'm the only one in my family that's messed up, and I didn't grow up like this. And
you can affect change at any time, sir.
Oh, I realize that. And like I said, I know she helped. She tried to help me, and I didn't stick with it. But I don't want to do this. I don't want to.
There are new opportunities every day. Even if you relapse, you start all over again. You don't throw away,
exactly.
and the wheels come off the bus. So, you've done well this period of incarceration, no DRs, you have strong supports as you described. So you have things in your corner that a lot of people we see don't have. So you might be down on yourself for being 57 and being where you are, but you can still write the legacy that you want to leave behind. You still have that opportunity. So
yes,
I wish you much success. Give us just a minute to talk about your case.
Okay.
Ms. Barry? Madam Chair, I struggled with Mr. Schultz's applicable file because he's done so poorly during prior releases. He was given a number of opportunities out under supervision in the community. The officer wrote he had 3 successes and 10 failures, but once I counted 11 of them. In all that time, he was only able to maintain his sobriety for 2 years. And I know that he has been in several different treatments at various times in his life. Perhaps age is, maybe a factor of his change. He has taken the best program that DOC has had to offer. He has demonstrated that he's able to comply with the facility rules. And he is asking for a halfway house this time to go out to hopefully try to get his recovery spots in place and try to find some employment. So I'm going to support, which I'm surprised, his discretionary parole today. He is serving a flat sentence, it would be a sink or swim. He wouldn't be able to duck and dodge parole as
readily.
Yeah, they have arresting power or something that gives other police officers the authority to take him into custody.
We are talking about a 2.5 year period. Actually, it'll be a little less, 2 years, 2 months, because he's not eligible for April.
Yeah.
So, where are you, Mr.
I certainly understand the concerns. Long criminal history, poor performance on supervision. I would be willing to support discretionary parole. He's done the work with tier 4, taking tickets, and I prefer that we have some supervision. He's back out in the community, and I agree that parole would not go to give that many chances. So if he does not show up, does not that treatment, he's going to find himself back very quickly, and I don't think he wants to spend 6 days incarcerated. I'll do one chance.
So halfway house, do we want to do a mental health evaluation and treatment since it seems to be an underpinning of his addiction?
I would give him the discretion to pursue that on his own. That's something that he's going to need, and he knows that he needs that to maintain his sobriety. Let's see if he's capable of, he's an adult. Let's start adulting.
I also have general no contact with Aaron Crumley and John Wojcik.
I do too. And I also have, he said that he was using crack, heroin, marijuana, and alcohol. So I put a no alcohol condition.
Well, if you're in recovery, it shouldn't be an issue. Anything more to add? So in the matter of Daryl Schultz, inmate number 238513, there is a motion to grant parole on or after your earliest eligibility date of April 21st, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision. You're to be placed in a halfway house. You're not to consume any alcohol, and you're to have no contact with Aaron Crumley and John Wojcik. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr. Schultz.
Thank you very much, and I will not let you down, or myself.
Don't let yourself down. Yeah.
I won't.
This concludes.
Is that it?
For Daryl Schultz, inmate number 238513. You're all set.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. I really appreciate it.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You guys have a good weekend.
So bye.
Bye-bye.
I don't know if strong feelings from one point or another from transfer parole.
Well,
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2025. This is a case review hearing to set special parole stipulations for Johnny Rodriguez, inmate number 434734. Board members, please state your names for the record.
Nancy Turner.
Alex Sarkoff.
Panel member Barry.
Mr. Rodriguez is serving a sentence of 3 years jail, followed by 2 years of special parole for criminal possession of a firearm. The offender waived his discretionary parole on October 7th, 2025. At this time, the panel will now deliberate.
So in the matter of Johnny Rodriguez, I make a motion to set the following conditions for his supervision, his parole supervision. Halfway house placement, no driving without parole officer's permission, no consumption of alcohol, and behavior management for for anger management. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
This concludes the case review hearing for Johnny Rodriguez, inmate number 434.
Sweet. Got to end on a high note.